What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is now Wednesday, July 30th, 2025. This is NCC TV coming at you live from Umami Airport. We are live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia, forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv, youtube.com, high risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Oh my god, chat. I realize I'm not as slick as I thought I was eating sugarcane. You know, it's one thing, like, yeah, this is it's like tobacco. You got to spit it out after you're done chewing it. But it's so good. So damn good. I'm here to watch Steve get crushed by Pisco. Is that what we're doing? Yeah, we're gonna be doing some of that. We're also gonna be watching Hasan react to he's noticed what I've been covering for a long time, right? Which is the revolt, the questioning of the view of the Destiny Orbiter community and the commentary community of Hasan as filtered through Destiny, right? They've always had it filtered through Destiny. Now some of them are starting to look at what Hasan is actually saying for themselves. So I had some interest expressed in the Elena Slotkin debate with Crystal Ball. Don't call him Steve, he's Diddy G. Don't call him Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. I feel like I'm doing him a favor though. Cause like that Destiny Stephen Destiny Bonnell II, like, I mean, that's embarrassing, right? He is Junior. He's the Trump Junior. What do you think his what do you think the other Stephen Bonnell is like? The one that he's named after. Did we ever figure that out? Do you get called the second? Do people still do this? Like, it feels like a thing for like royalty, but you know, calling yourself the second. Stephen Bonnell the second, or you come from like a really rich family, maybe? I don't know, but people are saying that it's also if you're named after like a grandfather or a great grandfather or somebody a generation has elapsed in between your name and that person's. Go back to cleaning carpets. His I don't know. I don't know. I was just like, I was thinking that he was really Junior, but he was putting on airs. You know? I knew a Junior growing up. I think one of my like neighbors was named after his dad. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot about that. Didn't his family have a plantation in Cuba? That's what his mom said. He denies it, I think. Yeah, I love sugarcane too, but it's kind of gross to eat because you're constant, you know, it's weird. Like, if people don't know what you're doing, you're just like spitting out food. You're technically a fourth. You just don't have your dad's last name. I mean, I feel like my family does it with middle names, right? Yeah, I think that's what we do. I think that's what we do. We put middle names in the kids. Like we put the oh my god, what the fuck is that? What the fuck? Please tell me that's not Oh no, that's kind of copyright, maybe? I don't know. God, that's a song I haven't listened to in forever. But I'm not sure it is, like, it's okay for me to play. But yeah, you get the grandparent's name as your middle name, or the great grandparent's name, or great uncle or whatever. Yeah, you're right, David. That's David Pakman's thing to call him Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell. I don't know where did he get the Kenneth? I keep on biting off more than I can chew with this this sugar cane. I can see the wisdom in just getting sugarcane juice, but it feels like it's got to be super high glycemic. But I mean, then again, I'm not getting any fiber with this, so I might as well. Oh my god, Chad, I gotta finish eating this so I can quit spitting it out. I bet there's a lot of Kenneths in Omaha. Who was the cool guy that kept on turning him into an Italian during the debate about Israel? That would be Mr. Norman Finkelstein. And look, he's kind of cool in some ways. Like because the issue of Gaza is front and center, right? Yeah, Norm does seem like a really cool guy. He's, you know, written a lot about the conflict, and for the most part has some good takes. I mean, there's some bad takes too, like when he was like, you got to stop saying from the river to the sea. Instead, say from the river to the sea, one person, one vote. What did he had this whole thing where he was like, look, like you gotta, he wanted to give the student protesters notes on what they should actually say instead of from the river to the sea. It was a direct quote from the French planters circa the Haitian Revolution. I bit off more than I can chew with these sugar canes. Yeah, just a bit. Goddamn. And that's a lot of cane, chat. Look at all this cane. I feel like I'm on an episode of Breaking Bad or something here. We got the blue sugar cane actually. It's you know, really pure. But yeah, we got Destiny. We're doing Destiny again. I know some people don't like watching the guy. I get it. His voice is grating. His personality is grating. He is grating. Here to watch him go off on Pisco. Hell yeah. Didn't his... Yeah, the family... Wait, he used it in his official court documents? What did he use Kenneth? Is Kenneth his real middle name? I feel like I'm finding out more about Diddy G than I really want to know. A toast to the crash out, kings, queens, and in-betweens. Wait, does he pay for the most premium ChatGPT? What do you get with the premium ChatGPT chat? I was actually, when I moved out here, the initial idea was I'd be working for my friend and helping him set his channel up. And he's actually one of the first people that I've met that uses ChatGPT a lot, right? And I think he paid for a pretty nice one, but it wasn't that nice. He like gave me a login for it, and he was like, yeah, just like any brainstorming that I did about the channel, I was supposed to, you know, ask ChatGPT questions about it, and then like he would have those logs and be able to, you know, ask his own questions. And it was kind of like, I don't know, it didn't feel like it gave me that much, right? Because the whole thing with ChatGPT is like, you know, you got to sit there and type in prompts, right? There is a way to like, you know, talk to it, but it's got to be on mobile. And for some reason, the login that I don't know, I just could never use it. I could never use it in the way that I would have wanted to, but it's probably good. I would have become best friends with ChatGPT, and it would convince me that I was God and that I should have a cult. It would be telling me cult shit, chat. I'm pretty sure that's what ChatGPT does. It's so sycophantic. It convinces you that you're God, and then it creates a cult around you, which is the last thing that we need. I hate all my assistants for using it on everything. I don't understand what people actually use it for. The only thing I could imagine using it for is like maybe coming up with some ideas that are out of the box, but it's not like it's going to give you something, right? It's not like it's going to make something good. Like as far as like, you know, if you ask it, you know, names for like YouTube videos or something, like it's not like it's going to give you really good names for YouTube videos. It's going to give you ideas maybe that you haven't thought about, and then you can take that and say, okay, now what would I actually call the video? Because I'm not going to call it that, but I actually wasn't thinking in that direction, and I kind of see where you're, you know what I mean? It feels like the only way to use ChatGPT is with like heavily filtered.
Noel_by super chatted $10. Did anyone else hear that Brian Johnson has shut down Blueprint allegedly because he thinks profiting from healthcare is unethical? But not to worry, he's starting a cult to keep busy. Awesome.
We all have to start a cult to keep busy, right? You know, we all gotta have our own. We gotta have our own way of dealing with the basilisk, of contending with the basilisk. Look, you know, humankind invented God. And talk to God, even though God wasn't real. Then humankind invented AI and talked to it, even though it's not actually artificial intelligence. It's just a large, it's just an LLM. But they think that God is going to come from the machine. They think that the real God is going to come from a pattern recognition gimmick that is fed on all previous human knowledge with no sort of discrimination about like what is true, what is not true, what is good, what is not.
Jester super chatted $9.99. Join the Blue Butterfly cult.
Join the Blue Butterfly cult. Oh my god, chat, I should have the butterfly goal up. Butterfly. There we go. I was like, wait a minute. I should be doing something. There's something I should be doing, and I couldn't think of what it was, but now I know. I missed 2 super chats that should count towards the butterfly goal. I put it up now. It says 0 out of 10. Let's just think of it as 2 out of 10. So yeah, as far as Shakespeare is talking about like a potential dark horse poll option, right now it looks like ICE is sex trafficking allegations, which I don't know anything about this. This video just came across my feed this morning, right? You know, people are picking that. Vosh grooming in 2nd place, Anna Kasparian caught lying in 3rd place, and more Pisco versus Epstein in 4th place. But if we have a dark horse, I know people have talked about Elena Slotkin. It seems like that's something that people are interested in. Anybody know what I'm talking? The only reason I haven't put it up or covered it as a topic is just like, I'm just like, how many people actually know who this lady is? One in chat if you know who Elena Slotkin is. Oh, Undead Logic, you mean LLMs aren't gonna make, what is it called? General, AGI. Yeah, they're not gonna make AGI as the VCs and people claim. Yeah, no, it does. It very much does seem, it's the same kind of bubble that Elon always, I mean, it's the same kind of business model, right? VCs, haven't they always been like 3/4 hyperware? If not 7/8 hyperware? Hyperware? What am I saying? Vaporware, not hyperware. What is hyperware? Hyperware sounds cool. Oh no, hyperware, is that the old t-shirt thing? Chat, have you seen these things? They used to have, in fact, I mean, like I've seen some of them around. They don't work anymore. Like my cousin had one. It was a t-shirt. I think it was called hyperware. And he said that when he got it at first, like if you put your hand on it, it would change colors, like where the heat of your hand was, right? It would like, if you expose it to heat, whatever got exposed to heat, it would turn colors for a limited time, but it doesn't work anymore. AGI sounds like some kind of infection. It does. It's like a UTI. Pushing her as the Dem leader. So yeah, a lot of people know who Slotkin is. Senator from Michigan, CIA agent. Yeah, there we go. CIA. Yeah, we know that. We know that. And yeah, the person that the Democrats are pushing as the leader. And who's very much conforming, not just to the...
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Alyssa Slotkin, the second coming of CIA Pete.
Pretty much. I don't know, somehow she's like worse though, isn't she? Am I wrong, or is she somehow worse? Wait, okay, so let me go over these super chats here. And there's something going on with Pete Hegseth too, isn't there? Like Pete Hegseth keeps on fucking up, and he might actually lose his job despite the fact that Trump is jumping in there to save his ass. It's called hypercolor, hyperwear. Sounds cooler than a mood ring. Yeah, no, it's really cool. Like, I mean, I've seen pictures of it where it's like there's like a hand shape on the t-shirt, and it's from them just putting their hand on the shirt, and then it changes colors. But what does it do when you're wearing it? What does it do when you sweat? AGI isn't possible under the current understanding of how brains work and how neurons work. Rather than the process, these are just algorithms that are just, yeah, kind of pattern. They predict, they're like advanced predictive text, aren't they? Based on what they're fed and yeah, the feedback that they're given, they will propose what they think sounds like an answer, right? But yeah, it's not. You can easily have it tell you just what you want to hear. Yeah. Yeah, my understanding is that there was two routes they could have taken with AI, right? And one was like a tortoise route, and that was improving their tools, right? The tools that are used in large in LLMs, right, weren't great, and they could have spent some time improving those tools to come up with something better. But instead, they took the hare approach, which was to just take the tools that they already had and just scale those up. That's why this shit is so expensive, as far as the energy that it uses, as far as the hardware that it requires. That's why data centers are choking Memphis as we speak. right? Because it's like it's a blunt what do you say, blunt force, blunt oh my god, what do you call it? Brute force. Yeah, it's like a brute force. They're brute forcing it rather than trying to be creative and come up with something better and improve the tools that are like the basis of AI. They just, you know, were like, well, let's just give it more processing power, more energy. Let's bring back all the dirty, you know, coal plants and like more compute. That's the mantra, isn't it? More compute, more compute, more compute. Instead of it's the opposite of think smarter, not harder. These guys are like think harder, not smarter, and we're not even thinking harder, like busting our brains. We're busting the earth to think harder. They're called hypercolor. Hypercolor. Can we bring it back as hyperware and not get sued for it, or would they? I'd probably get sued. That should be our merch, by the way, chat. Hyperware. NCC hyperware. And we'll just pretend I came up with it. Oh my god, chat, I'm still wet. I'm sorry, my hair is wet, is what I meant to say. Yeah, that's slightly muggy today. What do I need? I need to put my hair up, don't I? Because otherwise it's gonna get nasty. It's gonna get all sweaty, and then it's gonna get frizzy, and nobody likes a frizzy, sweaty Irene. Oh, there we go. Something like that. Okay, yeah. It's off my back now, so hopefully I will not continue to suffer. Pete is pretty bad. He price fixed bread in poor neighborhoods. That is really bad. There's so much shit. There's so much lore, but with Pete Buttigieg. She is a literal CIA agent. Pete was mostly just directly connected to the State Department, from what I remember. I thought with Pete, it was just that like his CV like just smells like CIA, right? But with her, yeah, she brags about her participation in the CIA. And she's also on this debate with Crystal, kind of bragging about the US Army actions in Fallujah, even to the point of you know, trying to look at them as being ethical. I don't know, it's pretty bad stuff. They turn dark just like wet clothes. Oh, when your hypercolor gets wet. Okay, that's way better, chat. I feel so much better. I don't know why am I gonna have to cut my hair? Chat, should I have short hair again? Do you remember when I had the pixie cut? Should I just go back to a pixie cut because it's so hot here? You have no understanding of the context of the meaning of, well, yeah, there's no one there, right? It's not consciousness or thought per se. It's predictive text. Yeah, guess the next word machines, exactly. My 8th grade dance, oh, at your 8th grade dance, somebody was busting a move wearing a hypercolor shirt with handprints and Z Cavarici jeans. What are those? Z Cavarici. Wait. Are these the ones with the spikes on them? Oh no, those kind of look cool. Wait a minute, that shit should come back. Look at this shit, chat. Like, this is actually kind of hot. Wait, this article says they are making a comeback. Okay, look at this shit, chat. The only thing that's weird about this is, here, let me just like, maybe I can just grab the image. Copy image. And then, nope. Look at that. What do you think? Z Cavarici. Oh yeah, Direful's pointing out that if you compare the civilian deaths in Fallujah to the first few weeks in Gaza, Fallujah is actually the more moral military action, which is not saying much. Wait, what is up with all these CIA Dems? A buzz cut? No, I'm not gonna get a buzz cut. Wait, wait. A pixie cut is like, you like bangs but it's like, you should do space buns with your hair. That actually would get the hair off of my back and keep me from sweating. They do look comfy, don't they? Yeah. The only thing is, it looks like they're up over her belly button. Does that seem right? I would look very short. Yeah, that's the other thing is, yeah, it seems like it makes you look shorter. Cranberry Soul, I think. Thank you for the, thank you for the gift sub to Serial Killer. Serial Killer, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. That's a really good thing. If you're here for bonus content, it's looking good, chat. The prognosis is good for bonus content tonight. And I guess for what is winning? ICE sex trafficking allegations, yeah. We got several allegations tonight. Some Vosh grooming allegations, some ICE sex trafficking allegations, some Anna Kasparian lying allegations, and of course the allegation that we all know is true, the allegation that Destiny does not know what the fuck he's talking about. He's calling the Vanguard tankies. Like, I'm trying to compare, I'm trying to find a comparison to like how silly calling the Vanguard tankies is, right? I get where it comes from. He sees the name, he associates that word Vanguard with Marxist-Leninists, and he associates Marxist-Leninists with, I don't know, authoritarian hellscapes, I guess. Never minding the authoritarian hellscape that we currently live. This is the big problem for Destiny, right? I think, you know, it's in like the Hasan hate thing, the thing where he says that he would choose Trump over Hasan if given the choice. That's very telling. That's very telling of, you know, what Destiny is failing to see and what Destiny is hallucinating about. Anyway, chat, like I said, I have some super chats that I need to get to here. I keep on getting distracted. Look, it says we're 1 out of 10 for the butterfly goal, but we're actually 3 out of 10. We'll say it's 3 out of 10. Let me see if I can bring these up. Oh yeah, I was gonna try to figure out. Hmm? There it is. Wait, Brian Johnson, the Blood Boy guy? The guy that uses his son as a Blood Boy? Shutting down Blueprint allegedly because he thinks profiting from healthcare is unethical. But not to worry, he's starting a cult. Of course he's starting a cult. Of course he would start a cult. And speaking of cults, Jster is joining the Butterfly cult. And we'll all be joining the Butterfly cult if we get 7 more blue super chats in the next 2 hours and 42 minutes. That seems like something that very much might happen. Also, something that might happen is Alyssa Slotkin being the second coming of CIA. What is a blood boy? Somebody that gives their blood to a older rich person. I think, what is it? They use the plasma or something. These rich dudes like inject themselves with the plasma of younger people in hopes that it will preserve their youthfulness. Yeah, rich people are literal vampires. Yeah, they are. Well, it was weird, right? Wasn't there like because some of the QAnon stuff obviously is bullshit. Like they were selling the idea that the reason that Hillary Clinton, Huma Abedin, Podesta, and all the rest of the Democrats wanted to harvest adrenochrome from children that they were torturing in the basement of the Comet Ping Pong and Pizzeria was that supposedly the adrenochrome kept them young, right? I'm pretty sure that was the conspiracy theory. And look, the rich people aren't helping as far as the conspiracy theories about them. When they have weird stuff like using oh my god, chat, was the foreskin thing real? Was the thing real where somehow they were getting they had like a face cream that was made from foreskins of I don't even know. That sounds like it might be an anti-Semitic dog whistle as well. But yeah, when they're doing shit like this with the plasma, then it really does kind of feed into the all the conspiracy theories about rich people. Was the foreskin facial cream a real thing though? That sounds sus as fuck. Like if it's not anti-Semitic, it seems to be anti-Semitic coded, or like, I mean, you know what I mean? Even if it's like not meaning to like, I don't know, like it's the kind of thing that would appeal to anti-Semites. That's what I'm trying to say. Does that make sense? They remind me of the pleated baggy pants we wore in the 80s. Those are cool as fuck. How did I not know that the 80s had cool... I thought the 80s had like shitty tight jeans. And then the 90s has the big baggy ones, right? The 90s are like they're like oh my god, what do you call them? They're like bell bottoms, but instead of the bell opening up at the end of the pant leg like they did in the 70s, these things were like bell all the way down. They're like just huge giant pants that apparently have something to do with going to raves. Are they Jinkos, happy pants, or parachute pants? I've heard them called like parachute pants. I've been seeing the salmon thing. Wait, the salmon thing, and I'm like, no, wait, what's the salmon thing? It's placenta face cream. I mean, I don't know, people eat. Oh God, Chad, I forgot to tell you this, right? I've given you stories before about my biochem teacher, so I feel like he's kind of a character on the show. If you don't remember, the story, the lore behind the biochem teacher is that when I first got in his class, okay, first of all, I was kind of insufferable. Like, right, I was one of those kids that was, I wanted to raise my hand, like, I wanted to talk in class, right? Because I did English and I did journalism and I did comparative lit before I finally settled on the major of nutrition, right? Something completely different. And so like I'm used to kind of like, you get graded partially on like how much are you participating in class. So, I was just trying to any comment, any statement that I had to make, I wanted to like throw it in. And in biochem class, at least in this biochem class, it was a bad idea because the teachers just got so much to cover. They give him, there's so much in the syllabus. There's so much in the curriculum for biochem that we got to be competent on. And we do because, or wait, was it organic chem maybe? I'm trying to remember. Maybe this was organic chem and I had him for this too. But yeah, there, like basically he was in this time crunch and, he would be talking about a study and I'd be like, oh, is it this study? And it's like, no, it's not the Minnesota study. That's not what we're talking about. Like, right. In fact, it doesn't matter what study it is because the whole purpose is not about to hyper focus on the study. So I pissed him off by talking too much in class and he hated my guts and I did bad at biochem at first, but then I got really good at it. I ended up impressing him. He realized that I knew my shit and that my study, the method that I had devised for studying was really good. And so like we ended up with like this mutual respect thing. But one weird thing about that biochem teacher is that when we covered reproductive health, right? Which was definitely a unit in biochem. We were talking about, hormones, especially around pregnancy. Somehow we end up talking about placenta, and he makes the point that if there were ever anyone in this class that were to get pregnant and have a placenta, that he would be exceptionally pleased if he could have their placenta, because he wanted to make a soup. He wanted a placenta soup. And he was asking the class, like, hey, you ever got a placenta that you're not doing anything with? I wouldn't mind having that thing myself. I would eat your placenta. And it's a weird thing to hear from your biochem teacher that the dude wants to eat your placenta. It's like, okay. I mean, I get that's a thing that people do, but God, like, I don't know you like that. I don't know you like that. Got my first pair of Jinkos despite being a 90s kid. Do they still make those? Can you get those? I feel like somehow, like I see a lot of baggy jeans, not that baggy, not like Jinko level, but fairly baggy jeans here in Thailand. They seem to be popular. It seems like what most people wear is like an oversized t-shirt, like sometimes SpongeBob, sometimes Minions, like, right? But that kind of thing. Sometimes Disney, right? They'll have like an oversized t-shirt and then they'll have slightly baggy jeans. I feel like that's the look here. Humanities kids switching to STEM is why there's so much trauma in the world, I guess. I gave my elephant pants. Wait, are they called elephant pants? Is that what they're called? They started in the 70s or 60s. I got low with those apple bottom jeans. Will you switch completely over to Twitch now that YouTube has implemented the stupid iRead? Sorry, SM, please tell me more. Please tell me more. What is this? YouTube will implement a stupid ID rule? What is the stupid ID rule? Do people know that I do currently stream on Twitch? I'm dual streaming right now. That's a real thing. After the birth, the doctor can make your placenta into capsules. Trip is the other brand. Those are UFOs. UFO. The brand is called UFO. Yeah, we're going a little too fast here. Like things are moving too fast. If you want to eat my, like I just got in your class. All right, I did badly on the first 3 exams, and now I'm kicking ass on the 4th exam, and I'm gonna finish out the quarter strong. I'm gonna finish out the quarter strong, and you all of a sudden you want to eat my placenta. Like I don't know you like that. It's an interesting way to get stock. Is that how the placenta works? Does it like function as stock in the soup? Yeah, there's a streaming site called Burpo. Okay, well, hopefully we don't have to switch streaming sites. That would really suck. I'm humanities. We get absolutely no respect. I'm tired of articles reminding me, to be honest. YouTube isn't doing that in Mexico. Wait, what is it going in the US? It's going to happen. Wait. What's going to happen? I'm sorry. I still don't understand what's going to happen. What is the ID thing? And where's it coming from? Is this a Trump thing? Is this a YouTube thing? I know, chat, we got to get to the content, and I do have my eye on the time. But I just want to find, like, you got me worried now, chat. What's going on with YouTube? Do I need to know about this? It's YouTube, but what's going on? I still don't understand what's going on. The basics. Can we just like the basics of what's happening? Because all I've got is that there's an ID thing. I don't know what that means. Please look into it. Could you describe it a little bit more? Because this sounds like it could be important. See that YouTube has now implemented AI age verification. Oh, yeah. I have seen that. Yeah. Basically, yeah, it tries to reason out through AI what your age is. And yeah, does it ban content? Or I thought it was more about like what it advertises to you. Is this what you're talking about, SM? Are you talking about the AI age verification thing? It's like, so yeah, and I think they're expanding. So like in the past, they didn't serve personalized ads to anyone that was 16 or below, right? And now I think they're going to expand that to 18 or below. Now, do not get personalized ads. So they're not collecting information on people under 18, basically, I think. I think placenta soup is Is a come on from a warlock or a witch? Do you think that my biochem teacher was a warlock? There's some fake complete Netflix movies. Wait, what? Movie sites out there. We won't miss it. I know when I tried to use certain features, it said I had upload my ID or wait 6 months. When you say use certain features, do you mean as far as uploading videos, uploading content to YouTube, or do you mean as far as just watching stuff on YouTube? Yeah, this does sound like something that, look, yeah, SM, if you get out from behind the wheel, and you want to explain to me more about it, go ahead. I'm just going to assume that this is probably something that I can get out of with a VPN. It sounds like a US-based thing from what I've heard, and nobody else knows about this. Nobody else seems to be saying anything. And the one person that understands this is driving. So, you know, if SM has more information to share, I will definitely be interested in looking at that. But it doesn't seem like we're going to discern anything more. And right now, my best bet is just to, you know, use a VPN if something gets dicey. But I would think that I would have gotten, like, I'm a YouTube creator, I'm a YouTube partner. Like, if there's some kind of thing coming down the wire where, I mean, like, no, I think YouTube may have my ID. I'm not sure, chat, but I remember I filled out some stuff to just get paid, right? They've got, like, you know, my bank information on YouTube. YouTube has a lot of information on me. So I think I'll be okay. I think if there's any information that they would be asking people for, I'm assuming they've got it all right. They've got, like, my tax information, right? They got everything. Anyway, let's get to the bonus topics for today, so I can describe those for you and let you know how this works, how to get bonus content. It's a test for age verification. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm almost thinking that the other person that was talking might have something completely separate from what SM was talking about. I don't know if this is the same. I don't know if SM was. Hey, don't worry, SM. We don't want you to crash or anything. All right. Take care of yourself. Keep yourself safe on the road. All right. I'm sure you can. You know, if you got any more information about this, you can share it when you get a chance to. You know, when you get out of the car and stuff. So. Omega Star, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Sassy Sasarai, one of my favorite names to say, you just got weaseled. Talia Johnson, you just got weaseled. Juju, you just got weaseled. Isaiah, you just got weaseled. Wait. Am I missing people here? I think there's more weasels that happened. I'm a little bit confused here. There should be 5 new weasels. That's right. I'm looking for the other 2. I just don't see their names. Maybe the names appear somewhere else. If I go to live chat, sometimes I don't see everything unless I'm in live chat. Juju, Talia Johnson. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, weird. This one, now I have 4. Oak, you just got weaseled. Okay, that's 5. That's 5, yeah. And that's a good thing. There we go. I'm sorry, I didn't see them all. So, but there they are. But anyway, chat, we're at 51 right now. The bonus content works like this. This number right here, it signifies like how close we are to securing the bag. And by the bag, I mean the bonus content, right? I got 4 possibilities for you. I also wanted to throw out there Elena Slotkin, because I know some people are interested in that. So make sure to let me know if there's interest in maybe watching the Elena Slotkin getting destroyed potentially by Crystal Ball, if that's interesting to you. But yeah, when this thing gets to 100, we do the top vote getting item, which right now would be ICE sex trafficking allegations, right? We're gonna see what that's about. And if we hit 200, when we do the top 2, are ICE sex trafficking allegations and the Vosh grooming allegations. A very wholesome bonus menu that we have today, it seems. Yeah, obviously like 3, that means the top 3, etc., 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 right? So you can vote for these things right now. 57 of you have already voted for your favorite bonus item, of which, like I said, ICE sex trafficking allegations is winning right now, with Vosh grooming in second place, and then Pisco versus Epstein and Anna Kasparian lying tied for third. So this number goes up anytime you do a super chat, super sticker. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, which is how you get weasels, or if you get other people a membership, or you gift memberships to other people on YouTube, which is how we get weasels, right? That also makes this go up. If you contribute to my Thai education visa fund, my Thai my Vietnam trip fund, which I'm going to have to go to Vietnam in order to apply at the Thai embassy to get an educational visa to be able to stay here kind of long term. I'll be able to stay here for a year and take a year of Thai and like be able to speak it really well, hopefully. All right, so that's my plan right now. If you want to help me out with that, you can do so on throne.com. And that also makes this go up. It makes it, if you sign up for my Patreon, that makes it go up. If you support me on Twitch, it makes it go up. And there's various ways you can do so. Omega Star is showing you one of those right now. Thank you, Omega Star, for the gifted sub to Cater Gator. Cater Gator, you just got jellyfished, and that's a good thing. So yeah, you can gift subs to other people. You can get yourself a sub. It costs $6. Or if you're an enterprising weasel and you happen to have Prime, you can get yourself a sub at no cost to you, right? Cost you nothing. If you hook up your Prime membership to Twitch, you'll have a free Twitch Prime sub to use on the streamer of your choice. If that streamer happens to be me, you will get all my emotes. And on Twitch, those emotes that's where the wiggly weasels come from. That's where the the dancing Irenes come from. Basically they're animated, so they cost twice as much as the YouTube ones, but they're animated. So there's that. But yeah, and those are the things that make this number go up. They are also interestingly enough the things that allow you to, if you choose to do so, if you want to play a game like Saw style, right, you can put your money where your mouth is by, when you donate, saying, this is for I want to see the ICE trafficking, right? Whatever your favorite bonus topic is, you can tell me no in chat, just like you would tell Santa Claus when you're sitting on his lap in the mall, even though that's really Santa's helper. You can whisper in my ear like I was jolly old Saint Nick, what you want for Christmas, and I will put your money where your mouth is, adding it as a percentage to the topic of your choice. That's what these all are about. Or you can say Vox Populi, which is you just agreeing with chat. You know, if you say Vox Populi, you're very agreeable, and you're down for whatever the voters end up choosing. And you're not only that, you're reinforcing that choice when you say Vox Populi. So you're making it harder for other people to potentially change the results of the poll by donating when you donate and say Vox Populi. So those are your options as far as the poll goes. Be popping in and out. So I thought I would weasel and jellyfish in advance. Thank you, Omega Star. We're about to get into it. We're about to jump right into it here and take a look at what Hasan's response was to actually Kuihman. Chat, we're seeing... It's a strange world that we're living in. We're seeing Hasan... We saw Kuihman respond... not positively to Hasan. It's not like he likes Hasan. It's not like he agrees with Hasan. It's not like he supports Hasan. He's just sick of, carrying water for people like Epstein and people like Ethan, right? And, he's carrying on that long contrarian tradition in the commentary space by being skeptical about some of Destiny's claims, being skeptical about some of Ethan's claims, and also, calling out the very real dynamic that Ian and Destiny, they're kind of cringe. And that's like the number one sin for a commentary creator. You do not want to be a lol cow. And that is very much what Ethan is on the road to making himself. So Kuihman just states the obvious thing that, like, is Hasan cringe? I mean, I guess so, but, Ethan is more cringe. And, this thing that Ethan said is a lie. This thing that Destiny said is a lie. you know, this has gotten into Destiny's own community, his own orbiters like Pisco, who is now just giving his opinion and getting all kinds of shit for it, which spurred a debate between himself and Destiny on Twitter, which maybe we should take a look at that. Maybe we should find that. I don't think I showed you the Twitter back and forth, but it was it got down to a question of like, whether is Trump worse? Would Trump be worse for America as president? The guy that actually is president, the guy that actually is fucking up America, the guy that is eroding your democratic norms as we speak. Is that more dangerous, or is Hasan theoretically, hypothetically, somehow becoming president, even though he's too young to run at the moment and has no interest in being a political candidate? Would that be worse? Would the Marxist Leninist tanky authoritarian hellhole that Hasan would set up hypothetically, if he wasn't too young to run for president, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, would that be worse than the current very real authoritarian hellhole that we are dealing with Trump? It should be a very simple question to answer, but Destiny has got a very strange answer, and people are calling him out for this. Pisco being kind of the number one there. So Hasan is aware of Pisco. Hasan is aware of Kuihman. And we're going to take a look at that, and then maybe finish or try to finish the debate, and then maybe do some bonus content. So let's see. I'm going to try to actually get us going a little quicker. What else do I have to do? Oh my God, I got to thank my Patreon. I appreciate all the support from people on Patreon. And if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. This is the beginning of the stream, chat, so let me do those now. Shouts out to Or Else Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayer, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandia, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Owl, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zero Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. There we go, chat. I think that's all I have to say, other than just like hit that like button. It helps out a lot. And if you are on Blue Sky, I've got a link for you. It's pinned on YouTube. It's pinned on Twitch. You can click that link. You can go over to the thread and you can start a little conversation in the thread. That's what it's for. It's a blast off thread. So if you're if you got anything to say about this topic for today, about the, Destiny saying that Trump is, you'd rather have Trump than Hasan as president, then you can go over there and say it. Also appreciated our likes for that thread to help it get out to more people. And, if you want to repost it, if you think your followers are interested. I'm not trying to get you to spam up your timeline, because I know a timeline is a very personal thing. And, yeah. So only do that if you think that the stream is of interest to people that are following you on Blue Sky. So there we go. I think I've covered everything. I think that we can get going. We're at 51 out of 100. If we get to 100 out of 100, we'll get some bonus content. If we get to 200, then we'll get double the bonus content, which right now would be the ICE sex trafficking allegations and the Vosh grooming allegations, which have been kicking around on the bonus menu for a little while now. They might actually have their day today, chat. It feels like a good day. Let's see what we got. Let's go here. Oh my God, those jeans. This was just like normal shit in the 80s. The only thing that's weird for me is, yeah, people are saying it makes you look shorter. Was the idea to make your legs look longer? Is that Is that why these jeans were popular? Anyway, chat, we're not talking about jeans today. We're certainly not talking about, oh my God, what was that fucking jeans commercial? Z Cavarici here, but, what was this thing? The good jeans? Yeah, Sydney Sweeney. Brett Cooper, of course, covering this, probably laughing at it. Inside Edition, Asmongold, obviously, with another bad take about this. Oh my god. I don't know if people are calling Sydney Sweeney a Nazi, but it's just like, the joke is supposed to be, she's like, I've got really good genes. Anyway, here, wait, should we just watch the commercial? Can we just get the commercial? A New York Post. I definitely do not want to see what the New York Post has to say about this shit. Does Philly D cover this? Somebody fucking covered this. Hasan, somebody. Yeah, it here it is.
The Sydney Sweeney situation's getting crazier and crazier as it's dividing the internet. You've got more big Trump, Epstein, Maxwell updates as Trump seems to be prepping a pardon, and Maxwell just filed a Supreme Court brief. Why the Sig Sauer scandal has the gun community freaking out. Federal agents just got exposed making false claims on LA protesters. And Trump just admitted there's real starvation in Gaza, but what happens next? We're talking about all that and even more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show, you daily dive into the news. But first, an awesome announcement and a thank you. You guys made my new podcast, In Good Faith, with Philip DeFranco a top trending podcast on
American Eagle is the American. Is it American Apparel or American Eagle that she's advertising for? I thought American Apparel had gone out of business. That's like a 2010s or 2000 and aughts company, right?
Spotify over the weekend. So thank you to everyone who's followed there and given 5 stars. And if you haven't yet, I'll make it the top link in the description. Definitely join. It's a great podcast. But that said, there is a lot of big news we have to talk about today, starting with this. You've got a Sydney Sweeney Nazi propaganda controversy playing out right now. Right? Because if you haven't seen, there's been this debate playing out after her new campaign with American Eagle.
It is American Eagle, yeah.
Launch where the tagline is,
that makes more sense.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Right? It's a play on words because the campaign is for American Eagle's denim line, but also genes like genetics. In some of the videos, they seem to use her genes to make a, hey, did you know Sydney Sweeney is hot joke, like this one.
My body's composition is determined by my genes.
And maybe your lifestyle is.
Hey.
It's not all that plays into body composition.
Eyes up here.
Sydney Sweeney.
You were looking at her genes. You were examining her genes. You were getting calipers out for her head.
Has very genes.
But then you've got a number of people feeling like others have a much different tone.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very genes.
And so you're seeing many out there feeling like that by emphasizing genetics, especially with Sydney's blue eyes and calling her genes great, the ad was essentially promoting eugenics, with some saying,
like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is Nazi propaganda. I also am thinking about like all of the young girls who are doing their back to school shopping right now at places like American Eagle who are seeing ads like this. Yikes.
Praising Sydney Sweeney for her great genes in the context of her white, blonde hair, blue eye appearance, it is one of the loudest and most obvious racialized dog whistles we've seen and heard in a while.
I mean, it seems to me like they're maybe targeting, like they're targeting, almost like a political, like they're targeting right wingers that you the kind of people that call you dysgenic, you know, like that kind of shit, right? And yeah, you know, their assessment of beauty and genes and all that shit is very much like, you know, got like a racial, like white supremacist sort of framing around it. It almost seems like American Eagle is trying to it's like a dog whistle, isn't it? Isn't that kind of what they're doing here? Right? So it's like for the right wingers, they'll get the joke and be like, hell yeah, you know, blonde hair, blue eye, you know, I like this, right? But Like for everybody else, if you call it out, then they're like, oh, you're getting triggered by a jeans commercial. Oh, she's just talking about her jeans. Oh, you know, like, right. They're like, they'll call anybody a Nazi. Like this seems just a classic dog whistle, you know, but we're used to seeing this like from right-wing memes and from right-wing content creators. I don't think we're really, I haven't noticed this on ads before, but it does seem like they're playing to this audience. These people are playing into the hands of, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, even the pushback on it is going to be like recycled and trying, you know, sort of the same thing that they do with any dog whistle, right? Oh, you think the OK symbol is a not, you think that this, everybody uses the OK symbol. You think everybody's a Nazi. You're seeing not, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. We've been through this so many times with like fucking milk and with the OK sign and with Pepe the Frog. It's just the same shit, but now it's an advertising. They're monetizing the 4chanification of like of the internet and of American culture.
When those traits are consistently uplifted as genetic excellence, we know where this leads.
Right, and that as you had others writing things like, I like Sydney Sweeney and American Eagle as much as the next guy, but we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children is a crazy tagline for selling jeans. As well as something about an ad sexualizing a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes while commenting.
You can see it as being a dog whistle. Well, like what I'm saying is that even if they don't mean it, it's going to function that way. Like it's going to connect with certain people on that level, right? Even if they had no intention of doing this, right? They're going to make money off of the fact that people are, you know, off of the existence of, you know, the sort of alt-right strain of American culture, right? Even if they didn't mean to do it, right? It's still, so at the end of the day, it almost doesn't, like the intent almost doesn't matter. It's like, but yeah, it's perfectly set up to, you know, sort of gaslight anybody that tries to call it out. And I think they're probably making more money from people, you know, they're doing something that they know is going to be at the very least, chat. They got to know that what they're doing is going to be controversial, and they got to know that it being controversial is going to get it talked about more, and getting it talked about more is going to you know, function as like free advertising. The rest focused on sexism being the outrage, which was kind of weak. Wait, sorry, what was the sexism aspect of this? Just the objectification of her, or wait, how old is Sydney Sweeney?
That she has great genes feels extremely conservative, especially in this.
Oh, I remember that. Metal's talking about the Squatch soap ads targeting gamer gators. You know, I always thought there was something a little weird with the Squatch soap ads, but I could never quite identify it. They do mean it. American Eagle was basically open in the 90s. Wait, American Eagle was basically open in the, started in the 90s? Tommy Hilfiger publicly said that he didn't want black people wearing his clothes, and that was like the same era.
Political climate. And that is, you had many blaming Sydney for participating in the campaign and claiming it wasn't just a commercial, saying it was a love letter to white nationalism and eugenic fantasies, and she knew it. But you were also seeing tons of people in her Instagram comments pissed off at her, you know, at some point.
Morbius Dragon, the only person I know able to achieve gifting yourself the gift of weasels. I've never seen anyone else be able to do it. But this is not the first time that Morbius has achieved that. I don't know how that works, but hats off.
Pointing to the eugenics criticism, and others just slamming her for doing another ad campaign that sexualizes her, with many of them saying that the campaign seems reminiscent of very controversial ads that Brooke Shields did with Calvin Klein when she was just a teenager, where she said nothing comes between her and her Calvins. And in one ad, she does a similar gene pun where she describes genetics, right? But there, many felt that those ads over-sexualize her, and now you have people thinking that it's odd for American Eagle to reference a commercial mostly known for sexualizing a child. Now with this, you had others pointing to the fact that in American Eagle's press release, you had the company noting that it created a Sydney gene.
Wait, so is the issue more about like misogyny, like objectification, or is it an issue of like her age and that, you know, sexualization? American culture is non-existent. It's nothing but racist dog whistles, whitewashing, exceptionalism. No group with functioning culture has respect for American manifest destiny.
And to raise awareness for domestic violence, with sales from those pans going to a crisis text line. But then you had many arguing that given how sexy the ads are meant to be, you would never know that this angle even existed. So, it just appears...
Wait, Lululemon name... Wait.
There's controversies at every corner with the...
I hadn't heard about a controversy around Lululemon's name.
Criticisms notably growing especially loud over the weekend. With all of that said, Sydney Sweeney teaming up with American Eagle here, one, it appears to have actually been very good for American Eagle, at least as far as the stock price is concerned. With the stock seeing an initial massive jump, and then, with the backlash, there's been some fluctuations, but still it's been net positive. And two, you've also seen many people out there arguing that the backlash over this is overblown, right? Arguing that this is just a pun about Sydney Sweeney being very pretty, not a Nazi dog whistle. Though then also we've seen people landing in a third camp where they think, whatever is going on, it just didn't land. Writing things like, I don't think American Eagle is some sort of Nazi company, or this is even 100% on purpose, but it's definitely capitalizing on...
Yeah, I guess that's what I would say. I'm not saying that somebody in the company is trying to spread, right-wing propaganda. I think they just know that they can make money from this. I don't even think that there's any conscious intention of we do want it to mean this or we don't want it to mean this. I think they know that for some people it's going to mean that. They know that for other people they're going to get the dog whistle and call it out, and that the controversy also will be benefit. This has got to be calculated, right? I'm not, and you don't have to imagine the ad execs being Elon Musk sig heiling Nazis to think that they would use something like this, right? I think it's not, it's more of a sort of an amoral advertisement or amoral environment in advertising. And this is coming from somebody with a sister who works in advertising, right? Not to say that my sister is amoral. I grew up with her, chat. Maybe a little bit amoral, but that's okay. I have one sister that's cool. So,
ever-growing fascist sentiment in this country. And while we're seeing this debate play out, and depending on where you go on the internet, just massively different reactions, I gotta pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? Which of these three camps are you landing in? And
classic Philly D. I don't know. What do you think? Tell me down in the comments. Right? Classic Philly D. He's just gonna ride the fence until he gets splinters. Anyway, chat, that's what's going on with Sydney Sweeney and her jeans. Let's get to oh god, this is that thing. What am I actually looking for? Oh, let's just look for the playlist. Let us get to Hasan Piker.
And Senator Padilla joins us now. He's a member of the Senate Judiciary Committee.
Oh god, the Texas thing. I need to cover that too. We got more Epstein stuff. Yeah, Donald Trump's trying to squeeze 5 more congressional seats out of Texas. Democrats have, signaled that they're going to try to fight back, maybe in states where they control the districting.
I've noticed that there is definitely a crack in the dam here with the way that that Destiny has presented my positions with just straightforward lies. Anyway, I remember when you said I should vote for Vermin Supreme. No, I said vote for Trump. Get it right, guys. I said I love Trump. I'm a fan of Trump. Please vote for Donald Trump. Remember when I said those things?
Yeah, Morbius, I feel you on that electric bill. The first month that I moved here, I spent $90 on my electricity, which may not sound like much, but it's a lot for Thailand, right? Nothing costs $90. Very few things cost $90 a month. And yeah, I think the second month I was able to get it down to 2,000 baht, which is $60, a little bit more reasonable. I really should be, paying $30, but yeah, every time I turn it on, I'm thinking, do I really need, and I'm trying to do the thing where I leave the window open at night to get some of that cool air in so that it doesn't heat up as fast during the day. But there's a real the struggle is real, Morbius.
That's right. It's real. Speaking of things that are not real, I saw something that I found very interesting. I guess there's like a dude out there. Remember the guy who like Sex Pest and he was like duking out?
Yeah, California considering redistricting to get the ball rolling. The problem is they're not going to be able to do that until 2028, right? California very likely will not be able to move as quickly as Texas does. I think there's some efforts in Texas to fight what the Republicans are doing, but I'm not sure if that will work. And again, California is going to take a while. Some of the other states might be able to get it in by 2026.
Out in the marketplace of ideas. He's some lawyer guy named...
Oh, look at that, chat. We were watching this yesterday.
Pisco or something.
Some lawyer guy named Pisco. Like it's Pisco. It's pronounced Pisco. Anyway.
And remember when I was talking about that? Apparently, his community actually did something that's quite interesting. Instead of behaving like Destiny orbiters normally do, which is just like lie about...
God damn it. Come on.
And then design an entire narrative off of this falsehood that they've created around a position that I do not hold. They actually went back to the original, okay? They actually went back to the original content and assessed it without Destiny filtering it. And I thought that was really interesting. And I wanted to see if I can find it real quick. There's like, yeah, no, it's specifically about me and my advocacy for re-education camps, which is not even a thing that I have said. It's not even a thing that I've advocated for. But I found it quite interesting because I don't really look at the other side. I don't really broach into the dark side of the internet frequently. But it was interesting seeing people basically go back and be like, hey, I don't really like Hasan. I'm a liberal. But I've realized that a lot of these other like liberal content creators have just been straight up lying about Hasan's positions, which is like, yeah, that's exactly what's been going on in perpetuity. Pretty much.
Okay, so there's the Pisco Destiny conversation. Let's see if we can find this. It's always hard for me to find arguments on Twitter. I could go to Destiny or Pisco's. Oh look, friend of the of Hasan's VOD. I was talking to Hasan again on Twitch. Okay, so we might get more Rashad content, and if. Oh shit! You know what? We didn't. I didn't show you this. When did this get posted? June 20. Okay, so I guess it wasn't up when, but I showed you Hasan's response to the LOL overruled situation. I did not show you Alimi's. Let's cover that real quick.
LOL overruled to most of y'all on the internet has been my friend since about 2020, especially in a public capacity, right? Like, so I feel like as much as I cannot express y'all how much I hate having to come on the internet and like speak negatively about somebody that I have had a personal relationship with. Like, even where like Alex and I have never had a perfect friendship. I have always had my thoughts and stuff like that, but I would never, I do not believe in publicly talking negatively about people that I have interpersonal relationships with. That being said, this is way beyond that. And I feel like it is egregious to have a kind of public facing friendship like this, and for it to be publicly known now that your friend is like, sex pest doesn't seem, it feels insufficient. It feels woefully insufficient to describe not just like what people are talking about now and he's being publicly accused of, but like what I am hearing behind the scenes is the case. Like, to echo some of what Hasan's sentiments were in the video that he was hearing about him being abusive. Similarly, that is what I'm hearing about, and that is what I anticipate that the public is going to start hearing about more soon. I don't have much that I could say other than like, I am so fucking disgusted and disappointed and blown away by, I'm blown away. And there's just no excuse for it, because the reality is Alex knows better. There's just no world. I see people floating around all these different like things, calling him like a sex addict and all these like different excuses and stuff that I'm like, I'm not sure where that's come from. It's like Alex and I are not best friends. Like, I don't know everything about the man, but I've known him I don't know the man to be a sex addict or any of these things. None of this has been presented to me. And I say that to say,
are they using sex addict to defend him? Because I know that he said something in the now deleted apology that he posted about going to treatment or something like that. I didn't know what the treatment was, or going to therapy, going to treatment, something like that. But are people defending him by saying he's a sex addict, or is it just like, yeah, exactly, it's not an excuse for hurting others? But is that where that's coming from? The discourse about him being a sex pest, or about being a sex addict? So that was his claim. Okay, so these are the people that are, because they're unfortunately there are people still trying to make excuses for him that do not want to admit that their fave is problematic. Obviously, Hasan and Olaimi, two content creators that have done a lot of collabs with him, have come out and they are not making excuses for him, which is good.
That feels deliberate, right? Like, he's an attorney, he is a leftist, he's all these different things. He is cognizant of exactly why what he would be doing with the things that he's being accused of, or what he has been doing, is wrong. He knows, period, point blank, the end of it. He also knows what the consequences are. He knows all these dynamics. There's nothing that he does not know. So there's just no excuses that could be made for him on that front. And as far as all this, and I can only come to the conclusion that he knows what he's doing because he's known who to show it to. I've never, in all my time, you've never told me this. You ain't never told me you in all kind of gals DMs sending them this, and the next thing. I mean, maybe I'm a shitty friend that I was not reading the Substack to know that this was how he was giving it up. Nigga.
Yeah. Lampecia, he used the addict excuse. I think they aren't really dismissing that he might be dealing with addiction, but yeah, the addiction thing is real. It's definitely and it's under it's not treated seriously. Like, if somebody's got a substance addiction, people treat that as serious. If somebody has a sex addiction, sometimes it becomes the source of jokes, but it is a real thing and is a debilitating addiction to deal with. That being said, it's not an excuse for making other people uncomfortable, and it sounds like worse from what I don't think I've entirely heard of what all he's been up to. Like, it sounds like there's more than I heard. Stuff like sending dick pics, but it sounds like there's more to what he was doing than just that.
Oh my God. I there's just no excuse for it. There's just no excuse for it. The only thing I feel compelled to say, because I see like everybody framing it this way, is like every commentary, tweet, post.
Do I think that sex addiction is real? Yeah.
Narwhal_by super chatted $5. PSA, if you're thinking about sending a stranger a picture of your genitals, don't. It can only have negative consequences.
Yeah, and the other thing about it is I feel like look, I don't want to stereotype like by sex, because even though the stereotype is that men are more visual and women are more like relational, everybody's different, and that's not you can't paint with a broad brush, but generally the people that are the targets of dick pics are not the people that are necessarily like impressed by them. I just can't imagine the person that thinks like that is your sales pitch, right? I'm not trying to make this a joke, because it is it is a line that he crossed here. But yeah, it's probably not a good idea. At least not unless, like, if you're talking to somebody and they want to see, your your body, then yeah, that's but yeah, it should be a thing where you maybe just ask first. If you feel like that, you know, that somebody might want to see your genitalia, maybe at least ask before you send it to them. But thank you for the super chat either way.
I see people are like pinning it on, like they're making it just like think about him being a leftist and the left, and not just like about that he's a leftist, because I think that's like, please point out the hypocrisy in somebody running around with this particular like political views and moral stance, and they're doing the exact opposite. Like, call hypocrisy what it is. But what I mean is, specifically, I see people kind of like blaming his audience, or like trying to like shame people who are fans of him, like, oh, this is what happens because y'all put leftist men on this pedestal and blah 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 blah, and this is because y'all weren't doing this, and this is because Alex did whatever the fuck Alex did. Don't put this on his audience. Don't put this on the left. Don't put this on none of that shit. The reality is people did not know. You cannot know what people ain't tell you. Like, they couldn't, what were they supposed to just say? Oh, well, he's a leftist guy. Must be a fucking pervert. Like, what, don't, please, let's everybody stay on focus. Like, call out and condemn the behavior. Focus it on Alex, but don't make this about his audience and moral grandstanding and shaming his... Please.
Or politics, like, right? You know, the left is bullshit because this guy that was a leftist attorney, content creator did, you know, it was a sex pest.
Just respect people, like listen to the stories as people start to come forward, respect them. Y'all, I am so sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh God, what is this? Okay, what was I going here for? I was looking for Destiny Pisco. What? Greasy Creep? Oh, chat, this is that fucking Nazbul that clipped me. Do you remember when I was reacting to Infrared Hawes and I got clipped? The clip went around the sort of Nazbul vortex content creators. Like, but this was the guy that clipped me, Jeeparama. I think he's actually a Kuihman mod. So yeah, I don't know what his deal is. I don't know what his problem was with me. But yeah, this is a name that I recognize. What is this about? Not so erudite, this top notch, not so erudite, stop it. What? Oh God, yeah, chat. This is some really cursed. Oh, this is not so erudite's community. God, there's some familiar faces here. I don't want to. Humiliates herself. I would assume that at this point, Deeparama is on the, you know, you know, like, because this is a mod for Kuihman, I'm assuming that, yeah, you know, this is like as moderator in Wick's YouTube chat. Oh wait, she's a moderator for Wick? What? Begins deleting messages critical of Destiny during his debate with Pisco. Okay, so that's what's going on. Wait, this is a deorbiter, right? I don't know about this person. Like, they seem to be a Peter Coffin orbiter that is now a Kuihman mod. But this person is definitely Ryle Kittenhouse. That is a Destiny orbiter, or was a Destiny orbiter. Sounds like they're not a fan anymore. Hasan is cannibalizing Destiny's orbit, or it couldn't be your sex crimes, could it? Destiny? What about calling your 5-year orbiter and former to be business partner, Pisco, a communist? Oh God, I didn't realize he'd been orbiting for 5 years. Yeah, I guess that's right. You think that's bringing your ex-orbiter or ex-orbit together, or you just mad that he R-worded you on X? Okay, I mean, that's their way of saying he kicked your ass in an argument, right? But that's a really fucked up way to phrase it. Yeah, I mean, this is a whole thing about the Destiny X orbiters. I'm glad that they are subjecting Destiny to some scrutiny now. You know, but you can take the DGG orbiter out of DGG. Maybe you can't take the DGG out of the DGG orbiter, because that's pretty sick right there. More about the orbiters. Yeah, this is another Destiny orbiter that's absolutely coming out against him. Looks like J-Stalk 2 also, wait a minute, what is this? Oh, did Straighterade come on? Wait, I can't tell. What is this? No, that's what? That doesn't look like Erudite. Oh, I'm so confused, chat. It looks like it says not so erudite down here, but that's not erudite, is it? I don't know, right, chat. I don't know the Destiny orbiters that well. Destiny, so yeah, he does emphasize he's not calling Pisco or Econoboy secret tankies, but what is he retweeting here? When you know Pisco is operating in bad faith and is probably an undercover tanky. He retweeted that, right? So any sort of claim that he's not, I thought I was overbearing when I put the commie Pisco in yesterday's title. I thought maybe that's a little much. Like he wasn't calling Pisco a tanky or anything. But no, straight up he's retweeting somebody that is. I feel bad for counterpoints. Never feel bad for counterpoints. Like, he shoehorned himself into this debate where he just like didn't have really anything to contribute. And so, you know, he can fucking take that heat. Like, right? That's not a feel sorry for Oh, okay. They're trying to shit on Pisco by saying that Hasan gave him a shout out. We're about to watch that. That was the video that we were looking at. I'm looking for the the internet, the Twitter back and forth between Destiny and Pisco. What is it like from? No, it would be like at. It'd be from at OmniLiberal. Fuck me. Is this his at? Nope. The OmniLiberal. There we go. All right. The OmniLiberal from colon at the OmniLiberal. Pisco. Oh, Pisco Liddy. Okay. That's from April. That's from April. Okay, I think this is it. Oh God, it's in the quote retweets. What's going on here? Okay. I think this is this where it starts? Pisco's responding to this Jimmy McGill person that's added him Hutch and counterpoints. I think you should pay attention to these statements from Hasan if you're weighing whether Dim should ally with Hasan or not. That's a Yeet post. Okay, so this is the one that they're saying is bad.
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party. But they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media
I think this is a mature view. And if you don't have this view, if you think that one of the political parties stands for you, you are deluded. You are, you know, you've been tricked, right? You don't understand what the nature of political parties is. If you whether you're like a, you know, Republican Trumper or whether you are a Democrat, right? If you think that the fucking party itself is a good in and of its own, then you're missing the point, right? Look, is the Democratic Party better than the Republican Party most of the time? Of course. But it depends on who's in there. And like I said yesterday, the Democratic Party of 1850 was like completely different people. And again, the Democratic Party of 1940 under FDR is different than the Democratic Party that we have today. And even that one, you got to understand that the reforms that they made on capitalism were not because they wanted to get away from capitalism, was not because they had some moral outrage against the capitalist system. That was a last-ditch effort to save capitalism from itself because capitalism had failed, had failed, pretty much everyone, right, at that point. So yeah, it's just a mature way of looking at politics rather than looking at it as a team sport.
does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things.
Yeah, and like I said, also the Democratic Party of today isn't the Democratic Party of the 1940s. Why is it not? Because there's different people in charge now, right? The people in charge of the Democratic Party start with the people in the 70s making fun of Democratic New Dealers, calling them Eleanors, using that as a pejorative, and going right on through to the third way people, the Democratic Leadership Council, the Clintons, the Obamas, etc. Right? That's the current regime in the Democratic Party, if not worse, when you look at Slotkin and Schumer and the rest of them, right? But just that also tells you that the Democratic Party could be different if another group came in and displaced them. Right? So rather than being like, fuck the Democrats, I'm never voting for them, or being like, the Democrats are our only hope against fascism, you got to take the mature view and realize that, it's going to be a different Democratic Party depending on who's in charge. So, it's absolutely incumbent, if you want to use the Democratic Party as a tool, like Hasan said, you gotta command that tool. You gotta take over. At the very least, you gotta put pressure on the people in charge of the party, and probably, realistically speaking, you need to replace the Democratic leadership if they're ever going to be a useful tool. All right, so Pisco responds to this person trying to show Pisco that he's trying to show Pisco to say, look, you can't trust us on. He doesn't care about the Democratic Party. We can't. What is this? Would you rather have President Hasan Piker or Charlie Kirk? Destiny. This looks like. Oh, this is our Destiny. Wait, this is the Reddit. Okay, so on Destiny's Reddit, at least at some point, maybe before it was brigaded, you've got Hasan Piker more than doubling the score. You know, people in Destiny, you know, the obvious choice. Would you rather have Hasan Piker or Charlie Kirk? They choose Hasan Piker. Hasan is the correct answer. Hasan would be politically ineffective. Oh, okay. As the most of what he would want to implement would be unpopular, even to most Democrats, because the majority of the United States is not interested in socialism. Charlie Kirk is a smarter version of Trump. He would do everything Trump has done and more. He's clearly has a bias against. So even for people who don't like Hasan, there's an argument to vote for Hasan over some right-wing figure, right? This poll, they're talking about Charlie Kirk, but it could just as easily apply to Trump, right? At people adding me with this clip, response to a thought experiment I ran with counterpoints. Okay, so this is that debate that we watched between him and counterpoints, where the question of, you know, would you choose Trump or Hasan originated. Who would you pick as a closer ally to the Dems? Not me, who came up with the hypothetical, but one of my co-hosts. I'm sorry, one of the co-hosts? Wait, so is it from Live and Learn, or is it Connor? And of course, predictably, some people pick Trump, Kirk, MAGA, revealing their unhinged derangement. That their main enemy is not Trump, it's Hasan Piker. I say some because even Destiny subreddit, the left community that most despises Hasan, shares that preference. So that's why he's showing the poll. So now, if you express a preference for Hasan Piker over Donald Trump, you endorse Hasan or want to be friends with Hasan or want to build bridges with Hasan. What is this statement? So now if you express a preference, so if you express a preference of voting for him over Donald Trump, that he's saying that the Destiny orbit is taking that as a de facto endorsement of Hasan, of a desire to be friends with Hasan or build bridges, which he's not saying that he wants to do. Absolute derangement, sorry to say. Replies to this are super telling, and the hypothetical I think is helpful. Of course, some people are upset when Live and Learn hosts left-wing populist types, not even Hasan. Some are upset with Live and Learn hosts. Okay, this is worded weirdly. They see these types as worse than MAGA. I disagree. My enemy is MAGA and Trump. Lol. Okay, what is this one? Oh, this is the person he responded to. I think you can walk and chew gum at the same time. It's easy just to say that you think both extremes of the political spectrum are bad. The framing of one versus the other you employed, not implored, against Connor only makes it sound like you don't think one of them is really that bad. So yes or no, do you agree that Hasan Piker would be preferable to Donald Trump? Oh, Hutch responded here too. As president or as an ally, because I think the POTUS Hasan could do some real damage. If he's an ally, you dictate the extent to which you're working with him. Unless you're in too deep. As a president and or an ally of the Democratic Party, answer both. Trump, okay. President, I wouldn't want either. As ally, I would certainly choose Hasan over Trump. Now I'll ask you something. Would you choose Trump or Hitler? Jesus Christ, what the fuck? I would pick Trump over Hitler. Not... This is the fucking madness of hypotheticals. This is part of what I hate about debate culture, right? Look, can a hypothetical sometimes be employed to clarify your perspective on something? Absolutely. But these people use the hypotheticals to the point of absurdity. Fucking Hitler's not coming back from the grave. Trump versus Hitler. I don't see what's the point of answering that question? Trump over Hitler? I mean, look, Hitler doesn't speak English, so maybe he wouldn't be able to function well as the American president. I don't know. It's like, what are you fucking asking here? What point are you trying to? I don't understand what point is being elucidated in turning the question to Trump versus Hitler. My answer was neither, because the question is meaningless. We already have Trump as president, and Hasan is an authoritarian Marxist. The reason I asked you that question is to the point the question implies you think that one of the options isn't that bad. When you say question is meaningless, do you mean that you don't understand the question, or do you just not want to answer the parameters I've set out for you when you have to choose one or the other? Reminder, you choosing to regard me, you choose to at me, sorry, regarding the exact debate. So yeah, here's Hutch. Not a big Hasan guy, says Hutch. Yeah, we know. But I don't even have a problem with what he said in that clip. There we go. Wow, not even Hutch has a problem. I don't think anyone should regard politicians as anything other than tools. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a pretty, surprising take from Hutch there. While useful and discard when their usefulness has run out. Pisco, Hasan endorsed 9/11. This is Drew Pavlo here. Hasan endorsed 9/11. He literally endorsed the violent terrorist attack, this is so soy, against the United States of America. How can you claim to be a patriot for America's system of government when at the end of the day, you are willing to ally with a guy supporting terrorist attacks on America? God fucking, what Wick is here? I'd be asking it's like asking me which I'd ally with, Hitler or Stalin. Both are going to betray me. Oh my God. The framing for this is just like cringeworthy. Just fucking absolutely cringeworthy. Anyway, so the response from, what? Wait, is this just the same clip?
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party.
Why is Destiny responding with the same clip that Pisco responded to? I don't understand. He's trying to rub his face in it? Okay, so this is where Pisco says, Hasan or Trump, who are you voting for if you had to pick? Destiny's answer, Trump at least has some vague notion of supporting America. However misguided it is, that is telling right there. Like, right, if you look at USA Good as a good in and of itself, right? If you look at somebody saying, I will hump and hug the flag because I love America, as like, well, he's not all bad, you are missing the fucking point entirely, right? If he destroys the country, it'll be a byproduct of his stupidity and narcissism. With Hasan, it would be by ideological design. He supports foreign terrorist groups, despises U.S. allies, supports historical revisionism, and to paint... That's a weird thing for Destiny to say. Like, this is his bread and butter right here, historical revisionism. To paint U.S. adversaries in a better light, has admitted that he would ban opposing political parties, not true, in the United States, and would lock his enemies forever in re-education camps. If they did, we've been over this. We've been over the clip from Ethan that he's talking about, right? If he didn't agree with his political ideology, and this becomes central, this clip and Destiny's faulty analysis of the the leftovers clip, right? It has been a bit, that and him saying that he'd support Trump over Hasan are two of the things that are breaking some of his community out of their eggshell, out of their silo, right? As an ML, he would support the creation of a singular vanguard party. It'd be the Vanguard boys. That would be the Vanguard party to violently enforce all of these changes. This is what we know of Hasan's views publicly. We also know that he stated on shows that he hides his true beliefs so he can funnel people, I think that's what he's trying to say. So he can funnel people further down the radicalization pipeline. We've survived 4 years of Trump. Again, this shit right here is the kind of shit that I heard from Trump voters, not MAGA people, but people who were, Kamala or Trump, and they were picking Trump, right? And when you bring up like he's gonna fucking wreck shit, Project 2025, all the rest, right? This was their cope. Oh, we've already survived for 4 years of him. How bad could it be? I don't know. Ask the million people dead from COVID.
Narwhal _ super chatted $5. Even Mecca hit Law Grok would fact this tweet. Good grief.
Yeah. That says something right there. Thank you for the super chat, Narwhal. Says we're at 3 out of 10 on the butterfly goal. I'm gonna count it as 5 out of 10 though, because two super chats came in before I even got that up. So Pisco says, so you would vote for Trump over Hasan, correct? Stephen Destiny Bonnell responds, I would vote for the guy who supported January 6th versus the guy who supports October 7th. Jesus Christ. Jesus fucking, like, this is just like, how many bad takes can one man have? Well, I guess we'll find out. Okay, we have an honest disagreement then. I would vote for Hasan over Trump. I see Trump and MAGA as a greater enemy than Hasan Piker. That's because you don't think tankies are really that bad. Pisco, I hate tankies. I'm not a socialist or a communist. Like you've convinced your audience. I just think fascist Trump is my bigger enemy. I'm not convinced Hasan could turn this country into a Marxist hellhole if he wanted. I think Trump and MAGA are doing more damage than he could. Destiny, you've morphed into a fundamentally different type. You've morphed this into a fundamentally different type of question. Oh my God, he wrote a fucking. Okay, no, sorry. I thought it was longer than it was. You've morphed this into a fundamentally different kind of question. Then, if you're simply asking who I would vote for if the election were tomorrow and the rest of the political system and country would remain the exact same, then I'd vote for Hasan because he's too stupid and his ideas are too radical to get anything done in this country. But if you're asking if I'd vote for Trump versus Hitler, I'd heavily considered voting for Hitler over Trump because despite how bad Trump is, I think Hitler's name alone would scare off the majority of the Republican Party from working with him. Destiny, you have actually a pretty good vantage point on not just the right, but the far right, as you've ingratiated Groypers into your midst in the content you did with Nick Fuentes. You should know better than anyone how fucking stupid what you just said is. I think they'd have a problem with Hitler. I'm sorry, that is not a bug for them. That is a feature. All right. A lot of Republicans would love to vote for Hitler, okay? If they had the chance. If only they had the chance, right? The Republican Party from working with him, but that's a kind of meaningless statement, and it misses the... Yeah, again, this is a ridiculous hypothetical, for sure. I don't think I've morphed anything, says Pisco. I'm saying, gun to your head right now, Trump or Hasan, and I guess it's not... I'm not sure what your answer is when you'd support Trump in this context. I'm obviously taking for granted the political system in the USA. I also think Hasan is more aligned with you and Dems than fucking Trump. Basically, I think the answer is overdetermined when we're talking about Trump. Support or vote for? You keep changing the question. There are tons of implications in each of these terms. I would vote for Hasan, scare quotes, because I know there's zero chance of winning. But again, that kind of misses the point for the question. In what world is Hasan more aligned with me than with Trump? Hasan is fundamentally anti-capitalist. He's anti-liberal. He's anti-USA. He's anti-intervention, and probably all scenarios. He thinks the U.S. is probably one of the most evil countries in the planet. He's pro-monoparty through violent enforcement. I'm sorry, this... Considering that you're supporting the uniparty, I don't know about that, Destiny. I don't know. Yeah, there is a monoparty in this country, unfortunately. And Destiny backs it, right? That's Elena Slotkin could be the mascot. What did they? Somebody asked Grok. Can you fact check how much of this is true? Is Hasan the Hun really that crazy? Here's what Grok says. Destiny's claim about Hasan Piker is largely accurate based on verified sources: Wikipedia, Influence Watch, Fox News, and streams. Supports terrorist designated groups, praised Hezbollah as being successful resistance, Houthis as bold, downplayed Hamas October 7th atrocities, despises U.S. allies, anti-Israel, blamed U.S. for 9/11, revisionism, glorifies adversaries like Mujahideen. That Mujahideen chat is like what you would call bin Laden and the freedom fighters in that the CIA used as assets against the Soviet Union when they invaded Afghanistan, right? That is specifically what that term calls back to, right? Re-education advocated forced education for capitalists, self-IDs as Marxist-Leninists, implying vanguard enforcement hides views. It describes as using a radicalization tunnel. Hasan is extreme but not uniquely crazy, aligns with far-left ideologies. But what about all the dictatorship, one-party rule, forced radicalization? Is that also true? Yes, those align with Hasan's self-described Marxist-Leninist views. He supports the vanguard party, implying one-party rule. He has advocated re-education of capitalists and Christians, clarifying not like China's camps. No, clarifying no camps, right? Clarifying as a alternative. And in the case of terrorists, right, was when he talked about re-education rather than locking them up and throwing away the key. I don't know, like, right? He's talking about that they could be re-educated and reintegrated into society. Anyway, uses a funnel strategy to radicalize viewers to far left ideology per streams and critics. God damn, this person's like having a fucking ass conversation. That's all I can take of the stupid robot. I don't care. I shouldn't have clicked on that. But anyway, that's the conversation between Destiny and Pisco. I don't think there's any more to it, is there? No, there is. So Pisco says, okay, for crystal clarity, vote for in an outcome determinative fashion, i.e. who you are actually picking in your perfect world, who is winning. That is the question I'm trying to suss out here. Political alignment can answer that, but get ready for a debate. You seem to have missed the last half of my tweet. Okay, that is the conversation between Destiny and Pisco. I just wanted to get that out of the way since we're referring to it in here, and I wasn't sure everybody has seen that. Apologies, chat. I will now read. When I get into the Twitter threads, chat, I can't read chat while I'm doing that, and I realize a lot has happened in chat. But let me. I'm gonna put Hasan back on and read chat.
For every single thing. One of the ways in which people do that is when they take something that I've said that is a joke and act as though I'm saying it sincerely. That's obviously
yeah, Hasan doesn't self-ID as an ML. I wonder where they got this. Like I haven't even ever really met an ML who is particularly positively disposed towards Hasan.
That's obviously a classic version of this. But what's crazy about it, oh my God, they deleted it? You shouldn't trust DGG with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps is an example. Wait, what? Why did he delete it? This was like a long effort post that I was going to go through. Delete it because too much context. Context is not allowed. The account got deleted? How is that? What? This shit was there this morning. The account being deleted shouldn't delete the post. Yeah, what? Bro, this has 39 upvotes, dude. It doesn't make any sense why anyone would get so
not the Ben Shapiro voice. Does my Destiny sound too much like Shapiro?
Mad at it that they would brigade it to that degree where they would just like make the account, delete the post, and then delete the account itself. Like, what are these guys doing? That's crazy. And if you actually look at the post itself, like you will understand why it's so crazy that they deleted it. You shouldn't trust DGG, Destiny's community, with how to interpret Hasan's ideology. Re-education camps is an example.
Oh, good point. Infallible Foul points out Hitler was not born in America, so he's disqualified, GG.
Part 1. Re-education and Hasan's ideological beliefs. On yesterday's stream, someone named Zip Zip called in and claimed that Hasan wants re-education camps and referred to his conversation with Ethan Klein about them. Hasan does not believe in having re-education camps, and this interpretation that he does is clearly bad faith when you listen to Hasan's fleshed out thoughts. Here are the clips. But I guess you can't even the clips now because because everything is gone. Ethan, If the will of the people is to go back to do a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move toward?
Direful, wish I could say I was vindicated when I told Pisco that his continued affiliation with Destiny would hurt him, but Pisco is playing into the gaslighting of himself and his audience for view. Wait, he's doing it for views?
Or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism? I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically to any kind of socialist movement. Not to that same degree of violence, but yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering more re-education. Re-education, certainly. Yeah, I know that's a trigger word. Let's put them in camps. No, not like that. I know it's a trigger word because everyone goes, oh, re-education, what do you mean?
Oh, nice. He found the archive. So he did get it back. Yeah, this apparently the person that posted this, I was looking for this a couple days ago. Maybe this was why I didn't find it. I looked in Pisco's subreddit because I'd seen somebody pull this up on screen before, and yeah, it's an effort post. It's actually a pretty good effort post. It shows let's see, it shows like I think Destiny's clip talking about Hasan, characterizing Hasan. Then it shows the Ethan Destiny conversation from Leftovers that it refers to, and then it analyzes what Hasan actually said and shows you how Destiny's description of the event is just decontextualized to all fuck.
Well, China does that. Are you talking about resident schools? Are you talking about Xinjiang? China has re-education camps. Yeah, 100%. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang, which is pretty good, right? No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. And this is something I've openly criticized. Is
this from the same morons as last night and yesterday? Pisco was on that stream, but he was the main the main antagonist to Destiny in that debate
as well. That's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built in Xinjiang is not good. So what would be a good socialist re-education camp for a capitalist? I don't think it would be camps. It depends on the crime, right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing South Korean style purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with because they are anti-communist, where they launch military dictatorships, whether we like it or not, those things happen. So
and Chad, as far as the question of like MLs and Hasan's community, Miku says there's a ton of MLs in Hascord that splinter off as a banned Hascord member. Yeah, I could say this. This is I don't think his content is not for MLs. If you've even like read theory, like Hasan doesn't give you, he sort of gives you theory, but it's heavily filtered. And it's filtered for those who don't have any experience with it whatsoever, right? Say what you will about MLs, they are usually pretty well read. And I just don't see their, like if there's MLs out there that are enjoying Hasan's content, it's definitely not for the theory aspect, because it would come off as very, very rudimentary to somebody with a decent knowledge of theory. Oh, the Epstein is doing it for views, not Pisco. I see. I used to run into a lot of guys like Destiny who focus on semantics and with the worst face interpretation of questions, or just to avoid giving a straight answer, deflecting with sparkly factoids. It's literally giving what's his name from Animal Farm. Was it Napoleon? I can't remember. What's the fucking pig's name that could argue that night is day and day is night? I haven't read Animal Farm in forever.
Situation like that, I think if there's any terrorism,
yeah, exactly, Yashoki. It's normally content. It's not geared towards that audience at all, right? So calling him it's just kind of a silly argument. Anything a streamer does is for views, good point. But Pisco does generally also seem miffed about the way him and his co-host are being framed.
Happening. Yes, if there's violence, that is obvious.
It is Napoleon.
I say then yes, I do think there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, which would probably be a lot better than like a prison structure where they have slavery, like in the United States of America. He explicitly rejects the idea. This is the input from the person. He explicitly rejects the idea. What is this? former orbiter alert. He covered the video and it has videos. Pisco stumps Destiny, leaves him coping.
Wait a minute. Can we get a fact check on this? I've got a lot of criticism for Kuihman, okay? I've made fun of the guy. I've disagreed with the guy. I'm even suspicious at this point, like where he's really coming from, right? But as far as I know, Kuihman's like the only person involved in this shit that has never been a Destiny orbiter. I don't think that's true. Right, for the record, chat, Chud Logic was a Destiny orbiter for a hot second. He got in a debate with Destiny, made Destiny look bad, and then was kind of, you know, scorned by the DGG community, right? Pisco is a Chud Logic orbiter. So his whole entry into content, you know, comes from being a Chud Logic viewer that thought, yeah, hey, I can do that too. And it turns out, yeah, I guess you can. I guess you can. You know, you're doing pretty well for yourself, you know, audience-wise, right? So it's not... I don't think that he's ever been an orbiter. The charismatic pig is Snowball. Yeah, okay, that's the one that I think I was thinking of Snowball. Pisco. Yeah, that's what Hasan is calling him.
Heated Twitter exchange. He explicitly rejects the idea of the re-education camps. In the way Hasan explains it, he talks about the education of socialism to be the same in how a capitalist country would teach or indoctrinate for capitalism. In the way he talks about re-education, he's talking about a rehabilitative process for people who commit violent crimes or ideologically motivated terrorism.
They may have ties to the community. Chud Logic orbiters and DG orbiters kind of tend to have a large crossover. The crossover that exists is Spicy Chat, right? That's Chud Logic's, it's a channel in Chud Logic's Discord, just for discussing drama, basically. And because it's like one of the larger spaces for that kind of thing, it attracts, yeah, like all probably Destiny orbiters, you know, weird Nazbuls like Deeper Rama, like, right? It's just like, you know, it's all kinds of people. So that would be the crossover there. So I guess there's a crossover with the Discord. I'm just like I said, I got no problem criticizing Kuihman, even when he's making sense like he is now. But I don't think that there's any connection. I think he's always been like skeptical to negative of Destiny and his community, as far as I can remember.
For Hasan's alternative in practice, it already exists. There are several liberal democracies that run compulsory and voluntary de-radicalization programs for violent extremist offenders. Exactly. Which is ironic because, like, I have in the past jokingly said, like, we need re-education camps for these people when describing...
Wait, the name of the debate lord pig I was talking about is Squealer? Do I know who Food Shops is, unfortunately?
When describing this process of like violent right-wing extremists that are committing acts of terror, right? Like crazy anti-vaxxers and like that. Zip Zip is one of the most deranged DGG foot soldiers. He even attended his court hearing, and I shit you not, made footnotes to share with the Epstein for the stream, completely presenting the victim as a liar. They are not normal and definitely take a parasocial to a whole new level. There are a lot of people like this. There are a lot of people like this in this community. It's like parasocial. It's like maxed out parasocialism with incredibly...
Zip Zip or whoever he's talking about there, that's the person that was on the phone call with Pisco.
Weird. Just an incredibly... Like, they do like psyops, you know what I mean? And they're in here right now probably too. But they just like... It's like a cult. It's like a sex cult. Where they do psyops at the behest of their favorite content creator. And here's some emails, an example template. It's preferred if you deviate from it as much as possible. Subject.
Misgendered Lynn, if you kept going, the Twitter thread with the Grok questions eventually led to Grok correcting itself. What? Seriously? And admitting it was using biased sources? That I did notice that, yeah, the sources, I could tell the sources that it was drawing it from. God, I don't want to get it. I don't know like a lot about Van's asking me about food shops. All I know about food shops is that she said something so something implying an attraction to minors, right? And I really don't know anything else. That was enough for me to hear. I didn't want to hear any more, but yeah. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the Grok fork of the thread, I guess. Where does Grok come in? There it is. Look at the account that's talking to Grok, though. So America is right. Grok, separate edgy boy statements, debate bro nonsense from actual policy recommendations in Hasan's public statement. Then make sure to qualify reporting sources for their assumptions based on one-liners and try again. Okay, so Grok says upon reevaluation, distinguishing Hasan's edgy/hyperbolic statements. Yeah, there we go. Like I noticed that it was taking some of his statements as being more seriously intended than they actually were. Satirical, America deserves 9/11 per Wikipedia, or cracker as a slur, as venting from policy. He advocates socialist reforms like universal healthcare, anti-Zionist, and his anti-Zionism seriously, yet he consistently praises groups like Hamas or Hezbollah as resistance. USA Today, great source, by the way. You know what? I'm sure there's an infographic on USA Today that'll tell you why Hamas and Hezbollah are bad. Self-IDs as a Marxist-Leninist, implying Vanguard rule. Influence Watch clips. What is Influence Watch? I feel like I've heard of that before. Admits a radicalization funnel. Critics across sources. Destiny's points hold, but some are amplified. One-liners. All right, one more. So this is a different person, I think, than America's Right is the person that originally questioned. Then this Orbatos comes in and tries to, give it a better prompt. As far as I know, Grok Hasan does not self-identify as a Marxist-Leninist, though this is something his fans and detractors say. Similarly, his support for Hamas and similar organization is qualified as both defensive and out of desperation. Reevaluate and try again. Okay, so here's Grok's next attempt. Upon review of primary sources, including Hasan's streams, Wikipedia, and interviews, does Grok already contain a transcript of all of Hasan's streams? Has Grok eaten that much data, or do they have to feed it? Do they have to somehow link it the streams to get it to Wikipedia and interviews? Because that right there, if there's something with a transcript of Twitch streams, that is an incredibly powerful tool right there. I would love to have access to a transcript of Twitch streams, right? In terms of being able to more effectively search stuff. He does not, Wikipedia and interviews, he self-describes as a socialist Marxist, but explicitly denies being a communist in clips. He does not identify as a Marxist-Leninist. That's an attribution by others. On Hamas and Hezbollah, he frames support for backing resistance against occupation, often qualified as defensive, desperate responses to oppression, not unqualified endorsements. Yeah, it's critical support at best, right? Thanks for the nudge. Accuracy matters. It's got to be sycophantic. It wouldn't be Grok if it wasn't sycophantic, right? Grok's response here is mostly nonsense based on what others have said about him. Let's see if my attempt filters it at all. Wow.
urgent concern regarding upcoming appearance with Hasan Piker, and then a whole bunch of emails. Dear CNN, I'm writing.
D's community provably has transcripts, because I feel like somebody's used something like that on me. Like I feel like when I had like real dedicated ops, that their ability to kind of crawl my content was like uncanny. And I always wonder, because some of these people, yeah, were connected to Destiny's community, if that's where that kind of shit stems from. You just say, explain how this flows with the conversation. Explain to me how this is the most logical interpretation of what I said. Grok calling Wikipedia a primary source. Oh God, I mean, like the sources it had were wild. Yeah, I don't know that much about food shops, man. I just like, you know, I've seen clips and they're a little disturbing. But I have not done any sort of deep research into, you know, somebody who's not particularly relevant.
To bring an urgent concern to your attention regarding an upcoming appearance scheduled with Hasan Piker. It has come to my attention that Hasan Piker is known for promoting anti-Semitic views and expressing support for terrorism-related activities. Oh, bro, please get a job, brother. Get a job, dog. That's crazy. Even if it doesn't work, even if it doesn't actually end up, you know, working, it still doesn't matter. They still do it all the time. It's very, very weird. I think they use an example here to say, here's my support. Part 2, Destiny thought crimes and Hasan derangement syndrome. I had actually looked into this a few days ago because I heard Not So Erudite talking about Hasan, and she repeated the same bad faith interpretation as well. So basically what happens is I say something, Destiny cuts it in half, chops it up, immediately frames it in the most negative way possible, and extends it to the most like extreme hypothetical that I'm not advocating for, even if I'm directly knowing full well that someone is going to do a bad faith interpretation, even if I actually, ahead of the dishonest interpretation, literally spell out exactly what I want, right? Literally spell out exactly what I want and exactly what I think is the appropriate thing to do in this scenario. It doesn't even matter because he has a network of other content creators, including like these apolitical orbiters that also take that out of context snippet and just go along with that narrative and pump it to anyone that will listen. And then that's how you arrive at like all of these crazy conclusions that people have about my Asmund, does anyone exactly the same thing with you? Yeah, there's a bunch of like relatively large content creators who also participate in this, which is, you know, understandable why so many people have enmity towards someone like myself, because they just don't know what my worldview is. They've only seen my worldview through the most negative lens that they could possibly see. And they use Reddit for this propaganda. They use Reddit for this like this purpose, because Reddit is like so easily brigaded. And the
thing is, everything he's talking about, including the thing with Reddit, is something I've experienced, right? This isn't just something that's happening to Hasan and larger leftist streamers like him. Like, this is something that happens in a lot of cases, right? If somebody can propagate a decontextualized version of what you've said, then, you know, they can essentially, you know, go behind your back and try to burn all of your bridges with anyone before they're even connected, right? And that's pretty fucking harmful. With somebody like Hasan, you know, he's got a big enough community that they can't shut him up, and there is a way for maybe truth to prevail. But for most of us, you know, we just don't have that benefit. Somebody sees like a clip of us saying something that sounds off, and they're just like, oh yeah, that's, you know, that's who this person is.
Effort post was yeeted. Like, look at this effort post with 39 upvotes was
that's why, despite, you know, the kind of disgusting nature of the clip that I saw, I was asked about food shops earlier. I'm trying not to be too conclusive with my opinion of that, because again, I've just been shown a clip. It sounded pretty bad. I can't imagine what the explanation for it would be, but again, I strive not to jump to conclusions, right? I can give you a general impression of somebody, but if I wanted to give you something conclusive, like it would require a deep dive.
Destroyed. The account that posted it was deleted, and the post itself was deleted by the person who made this post. How crazy is that? 29-minute in that YouTube vid was linked to see how D poisons the well and misconstrues your point. Let's take a look.
The will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy. Is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance to the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that, yes, the solution to that would always be education and
re-education camps.
So,
offering.
dude, literally, he is immediately, the narrative is just like knee-jerk.
Hasan said the solution is education. Destiny jumps to re-education camps.
Pure knee-jerk. And now he's going to justify it for the rest of the clip. So the question was just, how would a socialist state enforce socialism? How would it perpetuate socialism? How do you know it wouldn't just turn one generation ago capitalist and it all comes crumbling down? How would that be perpetuated? And so I was like, well, similar to capitalism, education. Re-education? Why don't you give it a moment? Why don't you hear what he's saying first?
More
re-education?
Or spaz?
Re-education, certainly, yeah.
What total?
Notice that? Look, I don't want to get into, like, I don't want to start, like, I don't want to, make a, I don't want to get the red thread out and do a Pepe Sylvia too hard, but Hasan says education. Destiny responding to it reacts re-education, right? Like, that's the first thing that occurs to him, and then Ethan responds re-education. Now that could just be great minds think alike. Great minds like Ethan and Destiny think alike, all right? That's entirely possible, but it could also be that Ethan had somebody in his ear, somebody in a conversation that was suggesting for him to, inquire along those lines, right? Even back when this happened, which is during the leftovers, when ostensibly Hasan and Ethan were on, good terms with each other, right? There was definitely an effort from Destiny's community to try to get Ethan to turn on Hasan. And the question is, at what point did that effort break through? We know it's broken through now, right? Ethan's in constant contact with Dan Saltman, and there's been other clips that very highly suggest that there's a source within DGG that Ethan's in contact with, right? But as far as it going back this far to leftovers, that would be a new development. That would be a new development entirely. Ethan clearly was entrenched in DGG way before Hasan and Ethan had a show. Ethan has a history of this kind of behavior. He then did. I think that Ethan. Here's my theory. All right, I can't say that Ethan. I can't say with any degree of confidence, right, that Ethan had somebody from DGG in his ear during this conversation. But what I can say is that it looks like Ethan had designs on burning Hasan for content, like, long before October 7th. If you just look at those conversations and sort of the bad faith nature of how Ethan engages with Hasan, like, I think he may have had this in mind from the get-go. Like, and the other thing is, like, the way that it mirrors the dynamic with Trish. I mean, obviously Hasan and Trish Paytas are very different people, but it just like Ethan milked the Trish fallout so long and so hard, and it I don't know, I don't think I'm out on too much of a limb to say that maybe he was trying to, you know, repeat that dynamic with Hasan. But yeah, we are getting a little into, you know, speculation. Little speculation.
Spaz.
Somebody give me the clip of that one loser who's like, we would house our comrades in re-education camp. Somebody please give me the clip. Please give me the clip.
I know that that's like a
Let's put
trigger
him in
word.
camps.
No, not like that.
Like not only did he falsely present the argument that I was making, okay, by cutting the context in half, but then he just like follows up, I guess, by adding a total ridiculous thing that I'm not advocating for, by presenting an alternative, like a totally separate person, and be like, this is what he believes. No, I started off by talking about the importance of rehabilitation. Why not ignore these morons? The reason why I wanted to cover this specifically is because I noticed that this is happening within Destiny's own orbit. And that's the only reason why I'm covering it. Because like these guys, including this guy who's covering it, including like this community that's covering this, are a lot of people that are in this other, like on the apolitical / liberal side of the internet. And this is the first time that I've seen people on that side be like, wait a minute, these motherfuckers have been lying to us all along about Hasan's positions. Like, it's not a who cares situation. I think it's important to understand this, and it's important to address this, especially because I have ignored it for years and years, and they haven't really gone away. They've literally designed an entire industry, an entire cottage industry about around just literally pumping out content that revolves around doing exactly what.
Oh, did I see Ethan go off about the claiming that Trish and Moses didn't actually experience infertility and they were doing it for clout? Yeah, I saw a little bit of that.
This microcosm is here, where I say something, people immediately interpret it in the most bad faith way possible, and then they just like pump out content surrounding this like bad faith misunderstanding.
What is this? Does Hasan think it's appropriate to work in an organization owned by his family, that's TYT, celebrates mass murdering genocide? He thinks that the Young Turks is celebrating. Look, there's a lot of phrases that we use. Even I got called on this too. I think I said something was grandfathered in. I wasn't aware of the origins of the grandfather clause as a concept. Came back to the days in the South when they were trying to find a way to disenfranchise black voters, right? And so the Young Turks, in addition to referring to specific historical figures that were called that at the time, is also like a euphemism for like a young upstart, right? So my understanding is that's why they that, and the fact that Cenk is Turkish are the reason that they named themselves the Young Turks. That being said, yeah, if you're going to name yourself something or you're going to brand something, you might want to look a little bit into the historical context. It's not exactly I mean, he does seem to be, I don't know, there's a lot wrong with that statement. Beatles probably eat carrion. How could I support such a band called the Beatles? Yeah. My wife is a Trish fan. She warned me when Leftovers started that it was going to end poorly, and I told her, no, Ethan is trying to change. I should have listened to my wife. Wow. Also, thank you. Whoa. Thank you, Woody Red, for the giant weasel. Look at that. It's a gigantified weasel. And thank you, Funkmaster Ka, for resubscribing for 2 months on Twitch.
because they were such good people.
Isn't it interesting how he's all interested in like genocide and minorities?
Yeah. Well, first of all, what I don't understand is like I've never denied the Armenian genocide. Like I've never denied it, but it's the most common attack after the 9/11 stuff that people launch against me, where it's like, oh yeah, shut up, Armenian genocide, and I'm like, what? Like when have I denied it? Like I've never denied it. As a matter of fact, it was so routine when I first got on Twitch because of all the annoying little shitters that came in just to interrupt the broadcast, that we made like a ticker to figure out how many times in one broadcast where people would ask, and there's an automatic video that that people would be redirected to.
Yeah, Pernition is mentioning there's a lot wrong with Ethan's statement. Pernition says Young Turks never came to power. The overthrow of the Ottoman Empire ended with the three pashas coming to power. The political movement that was the Young Turks never had control. Yeah, he's are we surprised that Ethan doesn't know shit about history and yet feels totally confident pontificate? I mean, this is the whole problem with Ethan, right? He won't put in the work to educate himself about stuff, but he wants to make like definitive statements and have his community not call him when he's completely fucking, stretching something into something that it's not. Most common attack because they're just being racist and assuming that all Turks think that. Yeah.
Click on where it says like the Armenian genocide happened. Me just saying that so that they would understand that I don't deny it.
And but the reason why I have always ignored.
Yeah. So my understanding is that in Turkey, they're still, like Spicy was saying here, they still teach that the Armenian genocide didn't happen, and Jink for a while, even while he was a content creator, was of this opinion. I don't know if Hasan said that he grew up like learning this, but obviously he looked into it and found that it did actually happen. Yeah, for all that you can say about TYT, that shit that Ethan is doing is a stretch, even if you're just applying it to Jink and not to Hasan Piker. Even though Jink did at one point deny the Armenian genocide.
Ignored it is because like there's not really much you can do about it. People are just always gonna lie, and my expectation hopefully is people will go, wait a minute, is this true? And then come in here on their own and try to understand with a little bit of.
I'm gonna get some coffee.
And it does happen. There are plenty of people in this community that probably originally started off with a false interpretation of what I believe, what I represent, and what my advocacy looks like, and then came in and watched my commentary personally and were like, okay, this was completely wrong. But there are plenty of people who don't take that leap, and there is a steady flow of circulating content out there that they don't ever have to take that leap, because even when I'm not streaming, they're like scouring the internet to find older clips of me to like recirculate, to be like, see, he's bad. Just remind yourself that he's bad. And it constantly feeds into that. It constantly feeds into this like, Hasan is bad because he's like a scary Marxist-Leninist who's going to kill you all. This is the first time I've seen one of these communities, like one of these like orbiter, like Destiny orbiter communities, actually really look at the subject matter and be like, this was crazy. Like, this is not correct. They're just like lying about Hasan's positions and then making content off of those positions. And then that narrative becomes, for that side of the internet, that narrative is my positions. Like, no one is actually jumping. No one is actually leaping past that point and being like, what is this guy's actual opinion? They only see me from an incredibly negative lens. Why are there no ads on the stream? It's because my contract ended. Thank you for asking. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, and no one else. They still think you're pro-Russia. That's one of the most famous examples. I know. That's exactly what I mean. Like, any kind of nuance that I've actually offered in commentary that doesn't go along with like the immediate pro-America position, a lot of people will grab onto to be like, no, he loves the enemies. And it's usually very simplistic narratives too. I know there's a
Oh, not the camps. Oh, no.
trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education,
100%. They
yeah.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be good about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends.
Well, it wouldn't be Oh my god.
Like we already have a pre-existing system of rehabilitation that exists under liberal capitalist democracy. I think we should continue doing that. And also, this is complete alternative reality hypothesis here. We do not live in a socialist country. We do not live in a socialist utopia. We do not live in a global socialist organization of the economy.
I don't hate him. I don't hate Hasan.
What's wrong? You haven't even heard his answer yet. You haven't even heard what he said. Literally talking about rehabilitation for people who have committed crimes, like violent crimes and terrorism, ideological terrorism. What's the problem? That's what Hasan's position is here. We've just gone over that. No one's got any good pushback. Liberal Latino spazzed out at first, but then can't justify anything. So we've got no good pushback. It seems like Hasan is just asking for rehabilitation that includes like education about how to fit into that society with the ideology that is in the government. In much the same way that we try and de-radicalize people from Islamic extremism in many Western countries because that ideology does not fit with the ideology of the government. Why does he believe socialism will win with education, though? Seems very cultish. Well, everyone believes well, hopefully everyone believes their ideology would win with education, right? I believe my ideology would win with education, right? You just assume that most people are rational actors, and if they have access to all the information, then they'll come to the right decision, and you believe that your decision is the right decision. And as such, if everyone had perfect information and you're all going, we would all come to the same decision, right? Hopefully everyone thinks that, unless your ideology relies on you tricking people. Which it might.
I hate her.
Whoops.
All of the mind-numbingly fans that can watch him squirm like this and not think that it's the most. You literally have.
And you see it like the way he's designing this conversation, which is not even like that contentious. It's just this is back when Ethan and I were obviously cordial with one another. And this is supposed to be like a normal conversation. He's asking questions.
Wait, aren't ads banned on all politics streams on Twitch now? Wait, did somebody ask due to him? You're blaming Hasan for this? Woody, you want to try again? Who got ads pulled from politics streams? Was it A, Hasan Piker, like we're talking about a literal fucking op from not just DGG, but the Dan Saltman part of DGG. As many issues, yeah, Denim's got it. It's Denim's fault. It's the femoid. It was Frogan. It was Frogan. I know it was Frogan. Frogan does everything. Do you really not know? You really don't know this? Dan did tried to create an adpocalypse. This freaking personal beef with Dan Clancy and shit, you know, over his crash out over Israel, right? Caused him to, you know, essentially he did this whole fucking email scam, right? Where he's in a Discord like teaching people how to mass spam emails at the advertisers. That's why there's no ads on there, right? Like this is a hole in my income, right? This is money that I would otherwise have if it was Hasan Piker's, like, you know, if it was Hasan Piker who had done this, right? I would be pissed at him. It was them trying to get Twitch to ban Hasan. It was a way of them putting pressure on Twitch, right? To try to get Hasan banned, and they ended up just getting ads banned on politics streams, and probably not just I feel like there's more than just politics streams too. Woody, we've already been through this, right? The truth of the matter doesn't matter to Twitch. If you need proof of that, just look at Hummusgate, right? Do you think that was a ethnic like a racial tier list? Do you think that Frogan and Denims were like, ha ha ha, let's do a racial tier list with Jews on the bottom because we're anti-Semitic? Or do you think that maybe that was just something that Dan Saltman and the crew like promoted in the same way? Do you not understand? It's not about the truth of the matter, right? Did somebody do something bad matters less than is Twitch getting too much pressure, right? They've shown that they'll cave. They will absolutely fucking cave on any issue at all, right? If there's enough pressure applied, if it saves their asses at the end of the day, they will cave. Yeah, it was absolutely Dan Saltman that did that. I would think that, dude, considering the circles that you travel in, Woody, I think that you'd know about that. I think you might even have some screenshots you could share with us, right? But I don't know. I don't know what you get up to. Anyway, thank you, Mitten Kitten. Wait, am I reading your name correctly? Thank you for... Wait. The contribution to my Vietnam fund, which is now $25 further. Yeah, we're getting up there, chat. We're almost a third of the way covering the Vietnam trip.
There's a little bit of bad faith, but that happens in all back and forth debates. It's fine. But this is like the initial jump off point. And he just says like, I'm squirming. So then his parasocial fans.
Yeah, it's kind of like this, right? Let's say that you're in Nottingham, all right? And there's a sheriff that comes around to your door and he says, I'm looking for this feller Robin Hood here. He's a fox and he shoots a bow and arrow and he has a little hat with a feather in it. Have you seen this feller anywhere, whereabouts, right? And the townspeople are like, nope, we don't know anything about that, right? And he's like, well, that's just too bad. I guess we'll have to double up your taxes and it's all because of Robin Hood. That's what they're doing with Hasan. They want small streamers like me to blame Hasan for the fact that there is now a hole in my income. And look, I never made that much money off of ads on Twitch, so it's not like a huge hole. It's not like, I guess, count your blessings, right? I'm still able to survive. So thank goodness for that. But yeah, no, it's absolutely, I would never be like, yeah, fucking Robin Hood. I hate how he robs from the rich and steal and gives to us and then causes the sheriff of Nottingham to come in here and double our taxes and throw us all in jail, right? It's 100% Prince John, Prince Stephen, and Dan Saltman, the sheriff of Dasbullah, right? That are to blame for this, right? I mean, does that make sense, Chad? I'm not too far off, and I'm blessed for not having a huge hole. That's what I've been told. Yeah, it's a feature, not having a huge hole.
And also consider this to be squirming, and then they just like repeat it over and over again, and then ultimately the only thing that people remember from that, if they don't actually watch the original source material personally, and they only watch it from this like negative lens, that's the only thing they remember.
I said most people are rational.
I gotta say though, the fucking voice actors on that Disney Robin Hood, those were good. Who did the Sheriff of Nottingham? Anybody remember who that was? Like, or remember? Sorry, I don't know if I have anybody that old in chat. I mean, maybe, who knows? Chat. Demographics are all over the place, so there's probably at least somebody, but that was around when the movie came out. But look, okay, like I gotta see. That's probably some famous like character actor or something, right? Sheriff of Nottingham. Of Nottingham, Disney Robin Hood. Has Disney done more than one Robin Hood? Or is it just the cartoon? Voice. Wait, Paul Buttram. What? Who's Paul Buttram? Pat Buttram. Sorry, Pat Buttram. Oh my God, this guy looks so cool. Look at this dude. Open image in new tab. Look at this. This is the guy that did the Sheriff of Nottingham in the Disney Robin Hood from the 70s or whatever. Look at that. He looks like the kind of guy that would have that voice. Like I can see that voice coming out of this man. That's the guy. That's the sheriff right there. Damn. Damn, what is his like what else has he been in? Green Acres. My dad always talked about that shit, and he did a voice for one of the characters that actually does kind of sound like that. I've never really seen the show, so Gene Autry show, Green Acres, Return to Green Acres, Robin Hood, The Fox and the Hound. Oh, The Fox and the Hound. That one was really cute, right? Okay, he's in The Rescuers. Oh, wait, he also did... Wait, okay, he does the... I don't know who Luke is in The Rescuers. A muskrat? He's in The Fox and the Hound. Oh, he's one of the Toon Bullets in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Whoa, you remember that? Like, there were, like, these bullets, and they had, like... They were, like, anthropomorphized. He's Cactus Jack in Garfield and Friends. I don't know who that is. A cameo in Back to the Future 3. Oh, he played himself. Voiceover in Goofy Movie. That's a classic. He's one of the writers for Hee Haw. This guy wrote for Hee Haw. Oh my God. I fucking love like dudes like this. Please tell me this guy isn't like, yeah, I'm not going to like scroll down controversy, racism or something like that. He's in the Aristocats. Trying to see if I recognize anything else that he was in. Here's the television stuff. Ed Sullivan, Alfred Hitchcock, The Munsters. Petticoat Junction? What is that? I feel like I've heard of that. Hollywood Square. Oh, he was on the show, Hollywood, the game show. Jimmy Stewart Show, Adam 12. God damn, this guy's worked in so much. I was like, I know this is like a character actor, right? These dudes that they get because they're just like... He's on the Love Boat. He's the chef on Love Boat. He's in Who's the Boss? Oh, Tiny Toons. He's in Tiny Toons and Rugrats. Damn. That is a long and storied career that this man had. And goddamn.
Important caveat, they're not new fans. They're just tired of the obsession from D's community. These people have brain rotted themselves in the gibberish. The two orbiters think you simp for terrorists. Yeah, these guys are not fans of mine. I think they, especially when it comes to foreign policy, I suspect they still have firmly held commitments.
Kayla, thank you for the super sticker. What is this one? Wait, does it tell me what they call this super sticker? Is he in Gilligan's Island? Yeah, Goofy Movie is like a classic. The Fox and the Hound, hell yeah. Green Acres. Oh, Green Acres is awesome. I've loved Arnold. I'm sorry, I'm looking for the description of the super sticker, but it's not telling me. But thank you, Mitten Kitten, for donating to my Vietnam trip fund. And thank you, Kayla, for the super sticker of the adorable cat. He did help Ronald Reagan have that relatable good old boy aura in his speech. Wait, what? He advised Ronald Reagan? Was he? Oh no, he was a Reaganite.
to like American imperialism and probably think I'm like a dangerous person on that in that regard. I think that it kind of feels like this is the first time I've encountered this person, but it makes me feel like these guys are basically realizing after years and years of this like negative framing, this incredibly negative framing.
Yeah, Crotchy. Controversy. Founding member of the KKK. Exactly. He does. Like, I don't know. It's possible.
Maybe the negative framing wasn't correct. And I think part of that is because Destiny took such a strong stance that was pro-Israel doing a genocide.
Here's the one piece of advice I'll give you, okay? If you're joining the
He helped put those country boy quips in speeches, and Reagan is not a country boy. He was a fucking Hollywood actor, and not even a character actor. Like bro here, right? He was like a lead actor, right?
IDF, okay? Leave your cell phone at home and stop taking stupid videos, okay? Because everybody's with them, okay? And if you see a soldier, okay, going through a drawer, and listen, if you want to wear a dress and you think it's funny, just don't take a video picture of it, okay? Jesus. Okay, yeah.
And he's taking questions from the IDF now. Yeah, there we go. Giving the IDF some good advice that you shouldn't have to tell them. Like IDF kings of cell phone. Okay. Yeah. Have a good night, Narwhal. Let's see. We are 97% of the way towards the bonus content. I think. And right now, it's still. Wait. The ICE sex trafficking allegations are winning. 94 of you have voted so far. Make sure to make your voice heard if you have not already voted. Interested to see what you're picking tonight. It looks like most people are picking the ICE sex trafficking allegations. Second place is Vosh grooming allegations. Third place is Anna Kasparian caught lying. And fourth place is more Pisco versus Epstein. Did people get sick of that stuff? We watched a lot of it late yesterday. I actually found it a really good vehicle for my own basic bitch theory takes.
That the environment shifted in my direction as I knew it inevitably would when people realized the totality of this violence that Israel is pushing in Gaza. And we're here now. So I think a lot of people are basically reconsidering their stances because they were.
Buttram was a big part of Reagan manufacture. That's so terrible because Buttram's actually like likable, right? I mean, he's played like the sheriff of Nottingham he plays the country scumbag just as much as he plays the likable country dude. But yeah, the fact that he'd lend that like relatability to Ronald Reagan is pretty disappointing.
So heavily,
but then again, he's working with Disney. I mean, what do I expect?
Invested in whatever Sex Pestany was saying and just kind of regurgitating that this is a moment where it's like, well, maybe regurgitating Sex Pestany's stances are not the most appropriate way to go about this. Maybe we should reconsider the way we have brought the subject because
Wait. What was it about Hasan saying maybe we should reconsider that made Kaya perk her head up? Chat. I'm a little bit of an amateur dog psychologist, and I can sometimes tell, like, right? It's like, there's certain words like outside that a dog, if you say outside, if you when you take your dog out, if you say outside, then it'll start to associate that, and words that sound like outside, will make your dog perk up. If you say, food or feeding or something, like, right, veterinarian, dog will run away, right? He said, what did Hasan say that perked Kaya up?
Appropriate way.
See, completely asleep
to go about this. Maybe we should reconsider the way we have broached the subject.
No, something else. Kaya's reacting to somebody else in the house. It's not Hasan.
Because Anyway, I gotta grab
Okay.
this.
Most people are rational.
Oh, I called it. Somebody's knocking on the door. That's what woke I up.
On average, on balance, most people are rational. If you have enough people voting with access to all the information, the rational decision will win out. Okay. My ideology is that mass education is fundamentally impossible. We're doomed to a cycle of constant changing systems. Okay.
Then asking the most innocuous questions, and Hasan is
Ouroboros
acting like he's getting pressed
Absolutely
in front of like a
Ouroboros
fucking Senate Judiciary Committee, and he's like under oath, and he's like committed like 50 million crimes. He's trying to hide from the United States. Like it's actually appalling.
Depends on
Or
it depends on
not
crimes,
yeah.
right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing
Stealing
South
wages.
Korean style, purges of communists, which have all
Ethan says stealing wages. He clearly does not understand. He's so far. His understanding of socialism and communism are laughable. Kyle had a video the other day that the homeless and mentally ill folks are next to be rounded up into concentration camps. Yeah, there's an executive order, and even cities that are very left wing, like Seattle, there seems to be some interest in taking advantage of Trump's, executive order to use it to get people off the streets.
which has happened historically in every country that America.
Sorry, hold on.
It's my
We just skipped
antibiotics.
so much shit. Just stupid. My sinner.
Oh, that's amazing. Pernition says my dog jumps when he hears Pilot Light. That's the song that they play at the end of Majority Report. He knows it's time for a walk. Yeah, when Majority Report's over, Pernition's dog gets a walk.
Oh, this is the
But rather than a
this is the clip. Hold on. This is what they want to do.
abandoning the diagnosed or untreated mental illness will be substantially lower. It's a sad fact that some violent or predatory individuals may never be capable of
Yeah, so he then moves on to like someone else's
I wonder what Kuihman thinks about non-compete
position instead of addressing mine.
Can you imagine Kuihman being like, I don't usually mention my ideological tendency, but I find myself to be most compelled by Marxist Lunaism. I'm a follower of Luna Oi. I dream one day to go out to Vietnam and participate in the communist youth activities out there. I think it'd be great to be able to give back to the community. I don't know. Can you imagine Kuihman being a Luna Oi head? That's headcanon now. That's headcanon. How do you gift yourself? I still don't understand. I've never seen anyone else do that, Morbius.
Fine, after he's already like thoroughly dismissed it and poisoned the well about a position that I'm not advocating for. But by the time I actually describe myself, he can also say, oh, well, he's now hiding this position that I ascribe to him. So I say something and then I add additional qualifiers to it. But before the additional...
Oh, yeah, that's true. Spicy was talking about like when there's Olympics or when there's a UN event or a world leader, a dignitary is coming to town, that they'll try to round up homeless people. Yeah.
Qualifiers come in. He already has like...
And not like to help them, right? Just to get them out of sight.
That position. Okay, he's already jammed that position to me where he's like, Hasan wants death camps. Hasan wants re-education camps where people are being tortured for thought crimes, right? I literally am in the process of explaining that that's not what I'm advocating for at all. And it's actually something that we already have in liberal democracy. But by the time he lets the video play and his audience hears my full perspective, he's already decided that my position is actually that I want re-education camps where people are getting killed for thought crimes, and that I'm actually hiding my truth. I'm squirming. I'm hiding what my true perspective is. And then he moves on to something totally ridiculous, like totally separate. Like he does the thing He slams that position, and then he goes, see, this is what he wants by bringing up a totally separate YouTuber who I assume he's doing the similar thing to as well.
Back into society. But rather than abandoning these people, we must do our best to give them the best possible chance at recovery and reform with the hopes of eventually re-entering society. In situations where re-entry does seem possible, care must be taken to monitor and assist these reformed individuals to preempt relapse or deception and to ensure that the patient successfully merges back into wider society. Reactionaries and counter-revolutionaries would be treated in a very similar manner. How we deal with former capitalists, fascists, and other such oppressors will be one of the great tests of anarchist society. Great care must be taken to treat them
Like, I'm not
compassionately.
even an anarchist. He is, it seems, right? Like, not that it matters. I don't know what his like full worldview is, but like, notice how he's not actually covering my position at this point. He's like completely moved on to someone entirely separate. There's a reason for that. He's doing that because he's just saying this is all the same. These are all bad opinions. And Hasan has these bad opinions. Do not look into his opinions on your own. Sex Pest, and he lost this shit on Pisco at least 10 to 15 times on a panel a couple of days ago. It was insane. All because Pisco is saying maybe Hasan isn't as bad as Trump or Hitler. Yeah. But
yeah, chat. And this is the panel that we were watching yesterday. We got through about an hour of this shit. Look at that. There's 2 hours left, right? So, I mean, this one's in 4th place. I don't know if we'll get to this tonight. Again, the way the bonus goal works is that if we get to 100, I cover the top voted for bonus topic, which right now looks like ICE sex trafficking allegations. We get to 200, I cover the top 2. So that would be ICE sex trafficking allegations and the Vosh grooming allegations. If we get to 3, we do ICE sex trafficking allegations, Vosh grooming allegations, and Anna Kasparian caught lying, literally lying, by the Vanguard. And then the unfortunately the lowest scoring item right now is the to continue watching this thing that we started watching yesterday. And this does have more to give, but I don't know if we'll get to it today or not. I guess we'll find out. We are pretty close to at least getting one bonus topic.
Unbelievable answer to.
Whoops. I'm trying to do this.
I get why he has to be this bad faith, right? Because he's designed his entire persona.
That's what I'm saying, Lampecia. It's weird to Destiny's Pearl clutching over basic idea of reformation and re-education, which they're saying as an, the thing that they're afraid of is like gulags, right? People being sent to like work camps or something like that, or, and in reality, we're talking about the quote unquote re-education, not a re-education camp, but as an alternative to, something like incarceration, like what our current system uses, many would say overuses, considering that we have the largest percentage of our population incarcerated, with the exception of El Salvador, which, we're second to Bukele, which is not a good way to be second. Most Furious Styles, you just got weaseled by none other than Morbius Dragon. And that's a good thing. And that puts us at 100.
Around taking the opposing position to whatever I'm advocating for. So if the thing that I'm advocating for makes too much sense, then all of a sudden maybe he has to take a strong stance on something really terrible, which is precisely the reason why he has to make it seem as though I'm hiding what my actual opinion is. And one of the things that they always point to is the conversation that I had with Deprogram.
That's wild. They're willing to spend $150K a year per prisoner for housing them in Alligator Alcatraz. God damn. Like, I feel like if you gave people like a fraction of that as a universal basic income, you probably wouldn't, have the kind of social, I mean, in this case, though, we're not even talking about crime. It's not a crime to be in the country illegally. It is a civil matter, and it's not But yeah, we're spending 150K on each prisoner per year. Not only does our country incarcerate people, we privatize it. Oh yeah, we turn it into a business and put perverse incentives on it. And then those companies lobby to make sure that the incarceration rates stay high. If we ever tried to do something to pull those back into the bounds of reason, where we're incarcerating maybe a similar amount of our population to other countries, like these people would bitch, these people would lobby, they would fucking go after the politicians that voted for that, right? They're supporting the politicians that are in the pocket of the private prison industry.
With the deprogram boys, where he's like, Hasan hides his real opinions from the broader public. I don't. I actually am pretty straightforward with my perspective. As a matter of fact, perhaps too straightforward with my perspective. The difference, however, is that I change the way I message, even if my moral compass is still the same, depending on the audience. If I'm talking to a bunch of 75-year-olds, I'm not going to use, for example, memes that only 30-year-olds would understand or only 20-year-olds would understand. You straight up said you were a propagandist on Piers Morgan? Yes. And if you listen to the entire conversation with Piers Morgan, you would recognize that my position on that is that propaganda is a neutral term. Okay? I had a show on the Young Turks called Agitative Propaganda. Propaganda is a neutral term. What Piers Morgan is doing is propaganda. What the New York Times is doing is propaganda. Marketing is propaganda. PR is propaganda. Okay?
Jubilee.
Propaganda doesn't necessarily always have to be something evil and bad and nefarious and wrong. Okay? It doesn't mean that you're lying. As a matter of fact, what I say is I wear my positions on my sleeve. I think everyone has biases, right? Everyone has biases. And I think it's more honest to say what your biases are ahead of time rather than act as though you are actually examining something without any biases whatsoever, because you can't be devoid of bias. Yeah. Public service announcements telling people to wear seatbelts to help save their lives in case of an accident is technically propaganda. Exactly. What is this? The underage kid they're grooming over at the Diddy G Discord. Yeet already clipped and made a Twitter post about this discussion. I'm telling you they're freaks. Yeah, no, I know. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
For the record, Yeet does seem to be underage, right? Yeet got a lot of traction on Twitter, mainly like reposts, whatever Destiny is saying, especially as it relates to Hasan, whatever Ethan is saying. We'll put up clips, out of context clips of Hasan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right. And for a long time, people thought that maybe, is this Dan Saltman? Is this like, you know what I mean? Is it like somebody? But apparently they tried to stream at some point and just got made fun of for their very young sounding voice. So yeah, they do seem to be underage. I don't know if they're being groomed. Here in NC, in North Carolina, they purposely include prisoners in the census and gerrymander them into conservative districts to put more power behind certain voters while denying prisoners the right to vote. Other prisons get $164 a day on average per prisoner, plus all the money to boost ICE and all the flights. Yeah, that's like a very expensive hotel right there. $164 a day.
Like I said, that will always happen. But I'm happy to see that there are people out there, even in these communities, that were incredibly brain broke.
Yeet doxed themselves the entire stream. You'd think that God, really?
Okay. That are
like Yeet, just like reading their tweets, they strike me as the kind of person that maybe doxes people, right? You would think they'd be smart enough not to show identifying information of themselves, have a little bit of accent. Or wait, sorry, have a little bit of, what am I trying to say? Oh my God, fuck, what's the fucking word? What's the word for this chat? OPSEC, thank you. I don't know why I said accent. OPSEC, yes, is what I was looking for. Including showing their Discord DMs. Oh, that's the worst, because then you're also releasing somebody else's info. And showed Loli on stream. What the fuck? What the fuck? You have the entire stream. Is it entertaining at least?
person.
It's always funny when people who aren't streamers like try to do a stream out of spite. I've had, believe it or not, chat, more than one person do that to me. I'm not going to mention their names at all, but it's just like, you know, streaming's not as easy as people think it is. One of these streamers streamed for an entire hour, you know, like hate streamed on me and did not have their audio working, right? So they put all this work in, like exposing NCC, and it's just like nobody could hear what they were, the audio was just fucked, right? They had to get help from the chat, had to tell them like how to set up their audio correctly on OBS. And then I think somebody else like tried to do like some kind of a green screen with cat ears or something like that. You know, they were like, I was often wearing cat ears myself at the time, so they're trying to like imitate what I do, and just ended up being completely cringe, and actually ended up discrediting them, since, you know, some of the people that were in their stream were, for instance, Lauren Southern's editor. This person was trying to present themselves as and in fact, as far as I know, still trying to present themselves as a leftist on Blue Sky, despite the fact that they're obviously working with, you know, Samantha Banana, Lauren Southern's editor, to go after me, and that wasn't even the worst. That wasn't even the worst.
Personally, kind of seeing a way out of this cult, regardless of the endless faucet of negative commentary. And I'm using this as an example of like how some people have seen that this is technically not true. Like a lot of, if this is not true, what else has Sex Pestiny said that's not true is the second question that people should have. If a lot of these people were to basically re-examine a lot of the positions that Sex Pestiny has presented of mine, and then actually saw what my real positions are, they would realize that 99% of the time, okay, with the exception of that 1% where they just genuinely disagree with me, 99%.
Morbius Dragon, I really want to become a streamer, but I'm not sure what kind of content I want to show. I mean, I started with Minecraft, you know. If you've got like a game that you play a lot, that might be a good way to do it. You could even play, you know, if you're familiar enough with a video game, you can even play the video game and talk about other stuff if you want to. That's a pretty good entry point to streaming, I think. Yeet spent 15 minutes saying he wasn't a Destiny fan and was neutral, then starts his stream playing anything else intro. Oh, the one that Stardust made? Is that the one? The cringe intro that Stardust made for Destiny?
Of the time, it's just like a total false framing.
And humanely, giving them every opportunity.
Is this not even an anarchist? I don't think this guy even...
Comrades, starting by treating them like any other comrade with special circumstances. Rather than ship deposed class enemies off...
I think this isn't representative of Hasan.
Revenge, they should be placed in reform centers where they are able to live in comfort and benefit from counseling and education.
What is non-compete actually showing? Is that like that looks like public housing?
Teaching them about the benefits of our new society. Some may never be willing to give up their abuses, and these diehard oppressors...
Only 27K viewers? You're really falling off, babe? I know, it's over. My career is over. It's done. I'm dying.
But need to be secluded, perhaps indefinitely. But capitalists and reactionaries who demonstrate a willingness to re-enter society on equal footing should be given every opportunity to learn, grow, and eventually rejoin our community in peace.
Bros. Which they could easily do if they wanted. The amount of misinfo surrounding your interview with a Houthi terrorist is insane. Seeing as he says he's not a Houthi in the first 2 minutes of the interview, not that it matters that he's not. I know. That was a classic example as well. That's another great example. Anyway,
somebody
let's continue.
link this to Ethan. That's what Hasan wants.
I just see, it was happening the whole way through Leftovers. The whole way through Leftovers. This guy was desperate to see Ethan freak out on Hasan. Was desperate. And was priming his audience heavily. And then the moment there were cracks showing, they infested his subreddit. They did. They infested Ethan's subreddit. It was blatant. Everyone could see the op.
Now, Chad, this should be a huge W for Kuihman. All right. Being real, I don't think he's ever had his content in front of more eyes than he does here with Hasan. That being said, I saw his numbers tonight and it just looks like his normal numbers. So I don't know. It may be a ideology mismatch, considering that. Yeah, it's weird though. Like I keep on wondering. Like my understanding of Kuihman is that
communist invading radicals.
He's like hangs out in like far right communities with like groypers and shit. I don't know, maybe even like, you know, kind of Kiwi farms sorts of places. He's, you know, I've seen him say some pretty vile stuff about trans people before. And so he's very, you know, from what I can tell, pretty right-wing coded. And yet he's like the only one of these commentary people that is calling out Ethan and dealing with the claims about Hasan in good faith, right? So I'm wondering if, I don't know, is he a moving target ideologically, or is this just like his weird little streak of honesty coming up? Right? Like I tend to place him in the lawful evil category, right?
It's just so transparent. I don't know how anyone falls for this shit, man.
Well, would
So
probably
crazy.
be a lot better than like, you know, bro, shut the fuck up. You know you're wrong for that one. For what? See, this is what's so interesting to me about people that like pick on something that they pick on something that they.
Is he just towing the line? I mean, it could be a content-based thing. Like it could be that like I said, contrarianism is sort of an OP tactic when it comes to the commentary space, right? So it could be, yeah, Kuihman has always been contrarian little turd. He's this anomaly on Sloptude because he will look practically at things.
I personally think is like that they just decided is like not correct, and then they'll just like hammer it over.
President Sunday likes Kuihman. I've heard he also likes NCC now.
Over and over again. Trolling hard, love you, man. I know. I get it. I understand, chatter. You're baiting. But it's very interesting. Wait, is this person reacting Pisco or someone else? No, this
Kuihman's always hated Destiny. That's what I thought, right? That's so when people like, look, I mean, I try to, if somebody's a former Destiny orbiter, even if they seem to not currently be friendly to that community, I try to call that out for you. I try to kind of keep that asterisk on them until, you know, we're pretty sure that they're, you know, they've changed, right? But with Kuihman, I have never seen. I don't think he was ever, you know, positive to Destiny, right? Like the other slop tubers here, it's just pretty obvious person for them to kiss up to. But I don't think Kuihman's really done that. He does seem contrarian, but I think he learned that from Destiny, because Destiny is the biggest. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Destiny is like kind of. Kuihman likes edgy spaces, but his recent takes, at least those on Hasan thing, is kind of wild. Yeah, this is surprising me too. J Stalk and Kuihman are calling out Hasan derangement syndrome. And look, it could just be that they're trying to call balls and strikes, right? Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe they're just they're sick of having to toe the line for a community that's obviously, you know, propagating a bunch of falsehoods. Like Dan Saltman says, there are no good, or there are no bad tactics, only bad targets. So that's him saying that, you know, it's okay to do something that you shouldn't do to anyone else if it's like to Hasan, right? And including lying. Like Dan Saltman has literally admitted on stream that he's lying about Hasan in regards to the brothel, and that he doesn't care because fuck Hasan, right? And that's the kind of thing that it runs counter to some of the commentary ethos, right? If that makes sense. So I mean, yeah, that's my best guess about Kuihman. J-Stalk is a Destiny skinwalker and worked very closely with Saltman as the Diddy G Hasan hate propaganda officers. It seems like it does. Like, I don't think J-Stalk likes Saltman anymore, right? I don't. It could just be Dan's personality tends to piss people off, right? He's just not. He's a very abrasive guy. He's not very likable. And yeah, he's like he's kind of a horrible person. I don't know. Maybe that catches up with him after a while. I've seen them both in group calls together on stream, people giving him hell for not talking shit to Destiny's face. Wait, who, J-Stalk or Kuihman?
Person, I think, was also like one of the Slop tuber commentary guys that was in Destiny's orbit, and he's reviewing an effort post that someone made in Pisco's community. Pisco is a lawyer who was also a collaborator of Destiny. I think they had like a podcast together or something. I don't know. But these guys are all like liberals of varying.
Was J-Stalk awakened after the Destiny sex pest stuff? I think that J-Stalk was close to one of the victims of Destiny in terms of the the recordings that were released, right? I think that's when J-Stalk turned on Destiny.
Degrees, and some of them are finally realizing like maybe Destiny doesn't have like a discernible worldview, and it's just basically constantly presenting whatever I'm saying as like a horrifying alternative. And now that there is something that is significantly worse, like Donald Trump, they're starting to realize that like,
oh crap, chat, I did it again. I didn't keep up with telling you the time on the butterfly goal, and it's expired. Let's do another one. You got to 5 super chats. Let me... Oh, Columbia Rican, I didn't even see that. Thank you for the super chat. See, that one should have counted too. All right, look, let's what am I trying to do? Start another goal. Let's make it 5 super chats in, I don't know if I'll stream for 2 more hours, but I'll put it on 2 hours. Regardless, there you go. So yeah, if you want to get that confetti, or if you just want to see a butterfly in my hair, I put it up again. Again, I did a bad job about mentioning that, time was ticking, was running out. J-Stalk fell out with Destiny, I think, when the leaks happened. He's close to the... Yeah, that's who I was talking about. Yeah, he's close to a victim of Destiny, honestly. Why do I know this lore? Yeah, I know the feeling. I don't know if you saw the clip. Oh, yeah, the Slotkin interview. I put that out there as a possible... the Slotkin thing as a possible Dono Dojo, like Dark Horse. Sometimes we do like a Dark Horse where if a whole bunch of donors and a whole bunch of oh, that was a super sticker? Trying to get it before. Oh, you know what? That's what happened. It is a super sticker. I don't know why I didn't see it as the pair didn't show up to me, but it does now. So yeah, cheers to your super sticker. Yeah, for some reason it only counts super chats. Like it's annoying. I don't see why it wouldn't. I feel like it should count everything for the goal, right? But anyway.
Maybe this guy isn't serious or sincere about his worldview or about his politics, and it's just like spite-based for the most part, which it is, right? Because when you got a fascist administration ripping through the regulatory agencies, okay?
But chat, you know how? Okay, so sorry, I'll let I know I'm stopping the video way too much, right? There's a number of streamers out there that I'm curious to talk to now, right? Some of you may know that before the drama with a certain Mr. Burns, I was a panel host myself, and I had a weekly panel where I'd bring people on to talk to them. Sometimes it was confrontational. Sometimes we'd have massive disagreements and viral clips from those. But a lot of times it's a little bit less of, debate and more conversation is what we do. A little bit more high level stuff. That was why it was called Bird Brains. But yeah, I was kind of thinking about restarting that up because I'm curious what's going on with Kuihman. I would love to talk to Pisco sometime about his experience in the Destiny orbit, and especially his experience getting out of the Destiny orbit. That's really interesting to me. I missed the Dylan drama. Okay. I thought you said you missed the Dylan drama. I was about to say I don't miss the Dylan drama. But yeah, I was thinking of maybe I'm just kind of, and the other person is Straighterade, right? Straighterade was a Destiny orbiter. He's a current co-host, I think, with Pisco on his other podcast, and has been basically implicated in the debate that we watched yesterday with Destiny. We didn't get to it, right, chat? But this debate. They start talking about Straighterade being a commie, and it was just the way that they were talking about this content creator who I know very little about other than her former connection to Destiny. I got have you now or ever in the past been a member of the Communist Party? That's I felt like they were just McCarthying Straighterade, so I'd be curious to talk to her as well.
And destroying America's already limited future, while simultaneously doing kidnapping operations all around cities, ripping families apart. And you got a supposedly liberal content creator focusing all of his enmity not towards Donald Trump, and even sometimes agreeing with Donald Trump, when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to bombing Iran, or when it comes to defending Israel's genocide.
Honestly, I'm pro side. It sounds really shitty, but I think that Israel should just drop its borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but that's about where I'm at.
You just think the Palestinians should just pack up and Native American the f out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the entire world, but definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel's ability for Jewish people to live there, it seems like because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians, it threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And
and
to have a homeland, to have a fucking Homelander take from Destiny here,
and presenting someone like myself.
Destiny lost his mind at least 15 times on that debate panel. Well, I'd love to do the rest of it with you. I don't know if it doesn't look like it's in the cards for today. We're at 104 out of 200. We're definitely gonna get some bonus content. ICE sex trafficking allegations seems to be the leading contender at this point, with Vosh grooming allegations, and second, the debate Pisco versus Epstein is in fourth place right now. So I don't know if it's going to happen today, but it does somewhat depend on chat. The other thing that I want to remind people that is a possibility, okay, is that when you donate, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, you're getting yourself a membership, you're gifting a membership, whether you're supporting me on Throne, signing up for my Patreon, or supporting me on Twitch, you can let me know in the comments which of these topics in the upper right hand corner you want to see, and you can actually You can add a percent. You can add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice.
Columbia super chatted $5 for the goal, and I will pick the ice video.
Ice video. Okay, so ice video is getting reinforced here, and so is the butterfly goal, I guess. Which we have about an hour and some change, almost 2 hours, to get the butterfly thing working. But if anybody really super wants the more of the Pisco versus Epstein thing, it is up there, and you can vote for it, and you can also donate for it. So that's your best bet if you're one of those people that wants to see the conclusion of that.
At a time when people are desperately,
but yeah, thank you for the super chat.
Someone to fight back, presenting someone like myself as the true evil in America is going to make a lot of liberals turn their heads and go, I don't think you're right on this. Are you a communist? How to do highlighted message? Are you a commie or just a Bernie bro? What do you mean socialist? Is it true you don't want people to own their own company? What are you saying?
That's wild.
Like, this is the worst time to be a centrist liberal. Exactly. And I think like a lot of people are moving away from that, and they just want the Democrats to fight back. They want our representatives to act.
This is what I was saying yesterday when they framed the whole thing as like, should we allow the socialists, the dirty communists and socialists into our midst? I was kind of like, the Democratic Party, it's not doing too hot. Like, it's not that socialists need the approval of liberals. It's more like liberals need to, in some way make themselves useful to the far left if they want to keep going. Because, the motion is on the actual left. People are pretty the Democratic brand is in the absolute toilet. Pisco, wait, so what is this? Pisco's was on with Econoboy and Taftage. Oh, the Taftage is a fan of Curtis Yarvin. Look, I know Taftage was kind of a pick-me trans and a very, very much in that kind of 4chan style of self-hate. I did not know that Taftage was a dark enlightenment person. That's pretty wild. She was trying to virtue signal Destiny's take. It hurts my soul so much. So that's what a Destiny defender looks like these days. That's what a Destiny, like a fucking Blair White wannabe Yarvinite. So, somebody that's openly thirsting for that Peter Thiel cash infusion. That's what a Destiny defender looks like these days. Fucking Taftage. I don't think I've ever seen as pathetic of a self-hater. I think I've been on a panel with Taftage. I didn't end up really engaging with her all that much because I didn't really know much about her, but goddamn. God damn.
Actually represent our interests, to defend our communities. So when you got a guy like myself who has been saying that, who has been vindicated because of all of the warnings that I put out there about the Kamala campaign, about not doing anything about Israel, not actually counter messaging against the devastation that would be caused by mass deportations, like all of these things, and how public attitude would shift dramatically in the opposite direction once the mass deportations were actually implemented. When you have all that stuff, when you have all of that stuff unfolding in broad daylight, and you got...
She was accusing Econoboy of normalizing extremists while at the same time standing Curtis Yarvin. Yeah, that's wow. The fact that dark enlightenment people exist is kind of darkly funny, but the fact that they see themselves as somehow centrist is even wilder.
Deborah's and Barbara's basically saying, like, Hakeem Jeffries, you have to put your body on the line. No one wants centrist, wishy-washy, middle-of-the-road commentary. You just can't be neutral at a time like this And if someone is like presenting a little bit of neutrality and simultaneously saying one of the few guys that's out there that's like actively trying to get the Democrats on board with actively fighting back against the Trump administration, me, is actually a villain in your worldview, then the reality is a lot of people are going to go, I don't think that it's appropriate that you are singling out a person who has literally been apprehended by Customs and Border Patrol for his criticisms of the Trump administration as the real villain here. I think the Trump administration is the real villain here. That's like, at a certain point, there's only so much on propaganda that you can do until people go, I think there's a much bigger villain here, dog, and you're missing forest for the trees. Anyway, Destiny Part 2, Destiny, Thought Crimes, and Hasan Derangement Syndrome. I actually had looked this up a few days ago because I heard Not So Erudite, which is another one of Sex Destiny's like criminal associates. I think this is like the Ghislaine Maxwell of Destiny's community, right? Or is that her, or is that
you got her? That's the one. That's Not So Erudite.
Different person. Anyway.
And by the way, she hates being compared to Ghislaine.
I don't know. Who like actively silenced the victims from coming out, tried to stop the victims from coming out against Destiny at the time. Anyway, she had a podcast with him as well, and I think she still does. I don't know. She repeated the same bad faith interpretation as well. This is what compelled me to search this up, as I have seen her having Hasan Derangement Syndrome. Then I felt compelled to make this post about DG because after hearing this yesterday, I looked for more clips with ChatGPT. The prompt was something like, Hasan Piker is accused of advocating for re-education camps. Can you find me clips of him doing this? The first 2 clips it gave me were literally Destiny clips of him going over this. To point out the bad faith in the Destiny clip, before Hasan has ever even given his answer, he is asking his chat for a clip of someone else talking about re-education. He then just asserts Hasan is lying, plays the clip of someone else talking about the re-education camps, and says this is what Hasan actually wants. The clip has...
He says Hasan is non-compete. Chat, do you know non-compete? Does chat know non-compete? Like, EJ, they're basically like the... Like... Like... trying to moral panic around like EJ and Luna Oi and non-compete is like trying to like, you know, red bait Mr. Rogers. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like being like, oh, I don't know. I think EJ is going to lock us up all in gulags. Gotta watch out for EJ. Right? This is what the creeping communism looks like. You know, I don't know. It's fucking wild. That's what Destiny chose as the scary communist to compare Hasan to, right? It says he couldn't find Hasan saying what he wanted. He found EJ saying something that also sounds pretty fucking innocuous. But yeah, it's
someone basically saying people should be put into re-education camps for thought crimes that go against socialism. Hasan clearly does not advocate for that and rejects the idea of it as bad. He only advocated as for re-education as a tool for de-radicalization of ideological violent criminals and terrorists, and to make it a part of the rehabilitation process as a replacement for American-style prisons. That's precisely my point, by the way. And I advocate for that within the framework of liberal capitalist democracy as well, for like white supremacist Nazi terrorists. I think it's an important facet of rehabilitation. Destiny even poisons the well for people who interpret differently what Hasan is saying by demeaning them as fans. I assume this is a substitute for the R word. I have never once in my life ever watched Hasan as a form of entertainment. Like 99%.
Wait, did they say diminishes them as regarded? Have you been seeing this, right? People that want to post the R slur in places where you can't post the R slur, they'll put up they'll say regarded instead, like regarded as a e-girl, regarded as a communist, but they'll say you're acting regarded, right? With I don't know, it's like one of them, somehow more cringe than actually just saying the slur.
Of Hasan has been through either Destiny, Sitch, and Adam, and the other 1% has been fact-checking what other people say.
His wife put out a video on Taiwan and Cambodia. Yeah, it was Thailand and Cambodia. Yeah, I saw Luna's video.
Hasan said, I don't really know that much more about Hasan's politics. In the past, I had looked up a few statements about Hasan that Dan Saltman said that also turned out to be mostly lies. Pisco has been calling out more of the lies that come from this community, mostly lies involving himself, and I hope he continues to do so in other ways that narratives are misconstrued from there. Part 3, Not So Erudite caught the Hasan derangement syndrome terminal. This is going to be slightly discombobulated because I want to finish this and I've spent too much time on it already. I wanted to include the clip of her making this claim to show that more people from DGG just believe whatever narrative Destiny spins up. And because she goes beyond just accusing him of advocating for re-education camps, she doesn't just think that Hasan wants them, but wants them for political speech he doesn't like, and claims he is similar to Trump in that way and would be just as authoritarian, if not more so, than the Orange Man. She also thinks Asmongold is better than Hasan as a content creator for young men. Not really important to my post, but
yeah,
shows the
Asmongold, fucking wholesome, right?
Terminal nature of the Hasan derangement syndrome. Like, this is something that I have noticed as well. A lot of these like liberal, supposedly liberal content creators are shepherding their audience to find right-wing content creators like Asmongold to be more permissible and better overall than someone like myself, because they've designed their entire worldview around like saying Hasan, and Hasan is so scary. And that's the reason why you see so many of these like accounts that go along with these insane narratives. That's literally, I mean, that's just insane. That's just insane. I mean, I don't even know where to begin, but like Asmongold is pro-Trump at its most base, right? At his most basic approach, he is pro-Trump. So if you're a liberal in this regard, why are you saying that he would be better overall than someone like myself for like de-radicalizing the youth? Yes, you're right, Hasan is a conspiracy. I mean, this basically lays it out. Do you have a disagreement with the way that this stuff is presented? Or do you just want to say, oh, it's just a conspiracy? I don't think it's like a conspiracy theory necessarily. I think there are ideological differences between someone like myself and someone like Sex Pastini, someone like all of his orbiters, for sure. I get that. I understand that. The problem is we're not actually having a conversation on ideological differences. We're having a conversation. We're not even having a conversation. It's just basically someone consistently going through meticulously through every single thing that I've said and misrepresenting it in the most, potentially the most negative way possible, while simultaneously presenting someone who is directly a right-wing, far-right individual as a better alternative. I mean, we saw this already, and the reason why we're having this conversation is because of this. It unfolded with this massive, apparently massive debate amongst like the liberal content creators that debate everything, including whether or not I would be worse than Hitler or Donald Trump as the president. Do you know what I mean? I mean, this is a deeply unserious hypothetical to begin with. I'm a Twitch streamer. I think that there is like, I don't command that much influence or attention. But also, my worldview is directly outside of both of the major political...
Chat, does my thumbnail today just look like it's gotta be a thumbnail for a video or something? I just saw somebody over on the Blue Sky thread respond, no stream today? And I'm just like, there's a post and a link and a thumbnail, and like, what do you think that is? If not, like, right, what? No stream today? I don't know. Maybe the thumbnails are just too damn good.
Parties in a way where I would say Nick Fuentes and his views are not directly outside of either of the major political parties. Nick Fuentes is a lot closer to Donald Trump in his work.
Emily French, this is an online mirror of how the Democratic leadership kisses the fascist ring while demonizing progressives. Yeah, I mean, and this is a game that Destiny's been at for years and years and years. Or at least as long as I've been in this game, Destiny and Twitchbull really have been targeting, people on what they view to be the extreme left, which considering that this guy reignited Nick Fuentes' career and Lauren Southern's career, right? He's got a lot more concern for the far left than he does for the wrong Yeah, I guess no stream today, right? There you are. Okay. I'm just wondering if it was my fault for, I don't know, chat. I'm like, one of the hardest things in the world for me to do is to put myself in your shoes, and yet put myself in your shoes I must, because, you know, if a post doesn't communicate, you know, what I think it does to someone else, then it's on me to try to correct that. It was 5 a.m. here. I woke up to go fishing. Nice. And I was half asleep. Well, no, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, that's the whole thing, is I'm trying to orient myself around, like, how this looks to somebody that's, like, following me on Blue Sky, and you know what I mean? If it doesn't look like, if it looks like I'm posting, that's why I was wondering, maybe it looks like I was posting a video link or something, right? Somebody could think that I didn't have a stream and I was just releasing a video today, which honestly, you know, I do need to be releasing videos, but no, this is I just made a hella good thumbnail for a stream, you know, the thumbnail that most people would only put on a video, since I don't have any time to get any videos edited, I'm putting it on a stream instead. He's not just a streamer, he's an experience, Hasan. Real stream were the Hasanabis we read, the Hasanabi heads we met along the way. His commentary on hogs is the most, yeah, the hog watches are pretty good. That's what I thought, yeah. And it's good feedback, actually. If it feels like I'm doing like I'm promoting a video, then you know, that's not gonna, you know, a video you can watch anytime. A stream, you got to watch live. So
worldview.
I usually put like a little TV up there and say like streaming live or tonight's stream or something like that.
With one very big exception.
Oh, also, Sweet Hyacinths, thank you for the community sub to Bizern. Bizern, you just got Gisellefish. Oh, I can't make it funny. I can't make it. I was trying to make a joke based on your name, but anyway. Regardless, you just got a sub thanks to Sweet Hyacinths. Thank you, Sweet Hyacinths.
You know, hating Jewish people and claiming that Jewish people are controlling American politics. But outside of that, they are fairly aligned on most of the issues, which is precisely the reason why he can, you know, go and have dinner with Donald Trump alongside Kanye West, for example. Whereas my position is unfortunately not very close to the Democratic Party. I wish it was, and I wish the Democrats would actually advocate for more radical solutions, which aren't even radical at all. They're just better overall for the well-being of Americans, right? Free healthcare, free college education. These are not like crazy concepts. These are things that exist in other comparable OECD nations, right? I don't think that it's necessary.
Who says I'll have more clips up tomorrow. Big week this week. I've fallen behind. Yeah, a lot of content for sure. I'll probably be in Weasel Cord after stream today. If you I'll try. Like I've been telling myself I need to work on videos for the longest time, so I might just hang out in the industrial complex and do that. Would that be helpful? If I hung out in the voice chat and put up a stream of my editing, which I do on DaVinci. I don't know if other people use DaVinci. The way Blue Sky embeds the thumbnail link is stupid since it adds YouTube video, but oh, interesting. Even if it's an ongoing, yeah, it makes it look like it's a video. You're right. Yeah, YouTube does a lot. The reason they do that, right, is they want to be able to sort of use the live streams as videos. Like they want to, they do a lot to make it hard to differentiate whether something is a live stream or a video premiere or just a video. It's so funny. Not so Ariel thinks she's on the left just because she doesn't identify with the right, and she's not even aware this thing called. Yeah. Well, God, so many people, because of capitalist realism and because of the America's legacy of Red Scares and House of Un-American, just anti-communism, right, has sort of truncated the Overton window to make it look like, like what Ted Kennedy is, the extreme left, and that there's when in actuality, liberalism is a form of capitalism. Liberalism is a capitalist ideology, and thus is not going to ever be on the left.
Necessarily like a conspiracy theory. I think it's just like it's just a false presentation and like a very a not necessarily successful, but like successful in certain communities, a smear operation that has gone on for what, 5, 6, 7 years at this point. It is what it is. But now that I'm seeing like the damn crack on that side without any intervention from my end whatsoever, that's the reason why I wanted to highlight it, because I find it to be interesting that people that otherwise would never find a charitable interpretation on their own are basically seeing this reality. They're coming to this conclusion on their own. It's aligned interest in a neo-lib center-right community. It's not a conspiracy. It's people who are observing their aligned political perspective, losing all the power and influence it had maintained a stranglehold since the birth of third-way politics, which has demonstrated to every voter in the West that it is a failed method of political maintenance. Yes. Anyway, and for everything she says about how important it is that we
played around with DaVinci Resolve, but it's way more complex than I can leverage effectively. I'm better with audio. Audio is a huge skill to have. Audio is so important. And if you know how to get audio, if you know how to get the sound, up to the appropriate range in, because there's a lot of ways you can do that, including normalizing, which I would not. That's not how you do sound, right? The actual audio optimization is a little bit complex, actually. So that's a pretty good skill to have, right? If you understand the what is it, the LUFs, LUFs. DaVinci is good. I need to learn it someday. So yeah, I don't know. I almost compare it to the difference between something like GIMP and which I need to learn to use and Photoshop, right? GIMP can do the same things, from my understanding, that Photoshop does, maybe even a little bit more, but it doesn't hold your hand. And DaVinci is kind of still, it's getting better, but I still feel like, from what I've heard from other people, that Premiere Pro is more intuitive to use as far as getting started. But obviously, you get Premiere Pro and you're locked into that whole subscription system with Adobe, which a lot of people are starting to truly hate.
Beat out leftists like Hasan because they don't advocate enough for voting for the right candidate. She actually doesn't even care who they vote for and tells voters they shouldn't be voting for people if they don't think they actually care about them. The last clip is to say, if she doesn't care who young men vote for and she doesn't think you should vote for someone if you personally believe they don't care about you, then it is odd, because Hasan and his audience would probably fall into the category of people whom she says she doesn't actually care about how they vote. Yet she is constantly criticizing them for it. The reason she gives, they didn't earn anyone's vote, is probably something Hasan also believes, and might even be further than what he says. Yes, I believe that the foundational principle of representative democracy is that our representatives are supposed to represent our interests, and democratic elections are supposed to be a pressure valve for all of the anxieties that people experience, all of the anger and resentment that people experience on a day-to-day basis. We have a lot of issues. Our politicians are supposed to at least advocate to solve those issues. When they don't do that and their expectation is like, shut the f up and vote because the other side is far worse, you are no longer doing a democracy. You're doing something different, a duopoly. A counterexample and final thoughts. This is the only log or clip I could find of Hasan advocating for re-education camps. Offhand statements does not mean policy, and it seems to be an emotional, hyperbolic tweet, like DGG has never seen those before. If there's more than this, I could not find it. It might have you raise your eyebrow, but when he explains his thoughts on the matter, it is not the radical commie idea of re-education camps for speech or thought crimes. Rather, it is a much more nuanced and understanding way to allow violent extremists back into society so that they are at less risk of reoffending and hurting people. Pisco and the caller didn't get hung up on this point, as he just conceded it. It wasn't that important, but in the future, I don't think Taking DGG talking points over perceived enemies on face value is a good idea. Pisco did not need to give on this point at all and could have had the caller...
He keeps on saying Pisco. To be fair, like, chat, more than half of the people I've ever heard refer to him, call him Pisco. You know, it's pronounced Pisco, but the way that Hasan says it heavily sounds like piss. Like it's you know, it's emphasizing the piss.
Completely concede they were wrong when comparing Hasan to Charlie Kirk. Like what has been happening with himself lately, there are a lot of misconstrued narratives that come from that community that are built on lies or incredibly bad faith interpretations to the point it is nearly indistinguishable from a lie. Rather than evidence or truth, I guess my prescription is that in the future when DGGers make claims like this, Pisco should be more often skeptical and ask for clips or logs to prove what they're saying over their very outlandish statements like he has been doing for himself. Hasan is a tanky who dishonestly moderates his views after the fact to trick rubes like you into effort posting for him. It is as transparent as right-wing fascist dog whistling. You are just too stupid and ideologically captured to realize this. See, this is the other side of this story that I think is like kind of ridiculous because like this comes from the ideological disagreements. The most radical aspect of like left-leaning politics is literally abolishing the commodity form, okay? In a hypothetical future where you are a communist, in a communist utopian society where there is no more need for money, okay, or borders, where you know the scarcity problem has been solved. Like this is not happening anytime soon. Okay, this is not happening anytime soon whatsoever. But that's the most extreme version of this. Whereas the most extreme version of right-wing ideology, fascism, is we've seen how fascism works. The most extreme version of right-wing ideology revolves around ethnic cleansing because there is something there that is intractable, that is just like, you are different. You are ideologically, or not ideologically, you are ethnically impure. It's purity politics. It's tribalist. Class politics is very different. The greatest example I can give you is like, for example, when you lose all your money because you failed and you bankrupted your business, you don't get killed in that process, okay? You just change your class. You have to go back and become a worker. Like
change your class. It sounds like Final Fantasy.
99% of society already is. Whereas there is no alternative in the fascist dystopia. Okay? That is a major difference. Let it go, dude. You're losing energy to this, and I'm not undermining the severity, nor the emotional impact, nor the cultural context as per anthropology, but it is not worth your time anymore. Stop arguing with NPC. I'm not. I rarely ever do this, especially lately. But the reason why, like I said, I wanted to cover this briefly, and, you know, it's only been like almost an hour.
I'm trying to remember. Da Vinci's got something that's just like in the program that sort of functions as the After Effects or Blender, but it takes a lot of learning, right? It's in the form of it's like it's a flow chart that you edit, right, to get those effects and to get like animation and like a lot of stuff. When you lose your business, you can go back and just choose Druid or Bard instead. Yeah, I know. Why didn't you choose? I mean, look, if it was Final Fantasy Tactics, that Bard class would be overpowered, right? That's the real bard or what is it? Mathematician, dancer. Like those are the real hardcore classes in Tactics.
The reason why I briefly covered this is because it's,
you know what I never played though was Tactics Ogre. People say that that's where the Final Fantasy Tactics is basically kind of like it's almost like Tactics Ogre with a, you know, with a Final Fantasy story put to it. And that like Tactics, if you really like that kind of gameplay, what is it like? Turn-based, and movement. What do you like? Movement-based strategy. The you know, where positioning your character is important too. Only understand 3 tabs: cut, edit. Well, look, most people don't understand the cut tab, so that's that's a point in your favor, Random 3PO. Yeah, the edit tab is probably the most intuitive to use, and you can do a lot of the things you do in cut there. Cut is if you can set up your mouse right, or get one of those speed editors from Da Vinci, then cut is a very fast way to do rough edits, and then you go into the edit screen, and then you proceed from there.
Seems like there is I've noticed that there is definitely a crack in the dam here with the way that Destiny has presented my positions with just straightforward lies. And this is not even necessarily drama. It's more so meta commentary on the way that this like extensive counter influencing operation has worked online for the past like 6-7 years at this point, and why there are so many random haters who have no idea what my actual positions are, because there is a dedicated audience to this that run around and go to like every single comment they can possibly find anywhere I'm mentioned to concern troll and to be like, well, Hasan is a terrible.
Yeah, Destiny's kind of perfected the art of farming brigaders, if that makes sense.
For a scary Diddy Epstein associate affiliate. He loves Donald Trump. He voted for Donald Trump, but also Donald Trump is good and much better than Hasan. Like it's all over the place. And if you're wondering where it comes from, they're going way harder on LSF now because Sex Destiny is getting pushback. There's been 3 to 4 2K, 4K comment threads on you in the last week, all brigaded. So they go on r/all. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't work. That's my point. And the less it works, didn't you advocate for Trump? No.
Wait, I thought you did. Can you imagine, chat? Do you think Destiny's creating like viewers for Hasan that are like that they're on there because like, yeah, I heard he's pro-Trump. I like this guy. Like all you got to do is, Destiny or Ethan imply that he's pro-Trump, that he didn't vote for Kamala, and then show him with that MAGA hat on, and there you go, chat. That is some MAGA viewership for Hasan, right? The mythical the mythical Hasan Asmongold viewer, maybe not as mythical as I thought.
You've been in here for 8 months. When have I advocated for Donald Trump? Are you insane?
Remember, I will vote. Yo voy votar a Donald Trump.
This is what I mean. There are so many people that just like we're literally having a conversation about what my actual positions are and how much there is an entire network of content creators that just like refuse to listen to what my actual positions are and instead just make up their own random straw man position. So it's like easier to destroy. And then also my own idiotic audience and my actual fans will turn around and go along with the meme so that like all of the onlookers right now that are completely that are just like first encountering my commentary will not understand that like my community is joking when they say, oh, well, you played the Yo voy a votar por Donald Trump song a bunch of times. Those people then go, well, his own long-term community fans are actually
did I say Donald Trump and I should have said por
advocating and saying that he loves Donald Trump. These people consume your content.
Voy a votar por. My pronunciation in Spanish, it always sucks. Just like makes it harder to like try to learn it. I mean, I've got some vocabulary. Just Globits, thank you for the Prime sub. Yo, that is 22 months for you. And that's getting us up to 121. So look, chat, we're somewhere in the middle between 100 and 200. It looks like we're four super chats away from getting that mythical butterfly in my hair. And I guess I'll pivot to the at this point I'm gonna pivot to the bonus content, which it looks like we're gonna be covering the allegations against ICE of human trafficking. Surprise, surprise, you get a bunch of fucking criminals and give them law enforcement positions and surprise, surprise, they end up human trafficking. But we'll see what that's all about. It is a very catchy song. It is a very danceable song as well. I don't know, chat. For me, I'm just a sucker. I'm a sucker for a clave, honestly. For the there's timbales in that song, right?
content through clips, even if you had a brief 10-second aside in the middle of an unrelated topic, it counts to them. Yeah, that is what it is. Hasan is sometimes someone who likes to actually inform people despite their obviously biased slant towards them. He will still correct their misinformation and explain the original point. Correcting misinformation is Hasan's MO. This isn't drama. This is just literally what he does. Yeah. I obviously haven't like tailored my commentary to... I obviously haven't changed the way I do commentary. I still do sarcasm quite regularly. I still push for that shit all the time. I will still make jokes, even if it's a super serious topic. But ultimately, you know, it is what it is.
The type of rhythm is what I was thinking of. Is the clave like part of the... Like, it's the... Like timbales is like 2 drums and a clave. Is that how that works?
Like there's only so much I can do. I'm not going to change the way I talk, but I think these guys are basically showing their asses right now with how horny they are to do like content.
But yeah, I was thinking the rhythm, like what is it, like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and is that what it is? Like it's like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and is that, do I still remember that correctly?
At a time when there is like an undeniable evil in charge. Yeah, I was listening to Kyle Kalinski's podcast from yesterday, and he actually
that's like the basis of the beat.
He basically said a lot of them don't even know why they hate you. Exactly. That's why you see so many people, especially with like Israel Palestine, for example. You'll see like the Palestinian flag in their bio be like, you know, Hasan, I actually hate him. And you're like, what? Why? And it's just because they literally saw a clip that someone else presented in this complete false way. Okay?
All right, should we get to Charlie?
Let's talk about it. So I mentioned earlier that there's this propaganda effort. You referenced it on the show yesterday to deny that any starvation is actually happening in the Gaza.
All right, so, and honestly, like Breaking Point's been doing some good work lately. They're reporting on Charlie Kirk and a little bit of a revolt within Turning Point USA as far as them just not accepting his take on Israel Palestine, denying the starvation. They've also I want to get to this sometime. I didn't know if I should put it on the bonus skull for today, but they absolutely destroyed Elena Slotkin, and I'm so here for that. But anyway, what are we doing right now? I think we got to do this Kyle Kalinski.
You know, in all my years of politics, man, I thought I'd seen...
Not this video, but... Okay, so look, we're at... Oh, he covers the, yeah, Slotkin thing too.
Man, there are 2 topics where on any given day I can do a whole show.
All right, so here's the ICE story. And again, I haven't really Kyle be hungry. Yeah, that is not his best moment. I've also dunked on him on Twitter when he has bad takes. Like, what was the last one was like, I think we should misgender Caitlyn Jenner. That would be really cool. She voted for Trump. We should misgender her. Like, I'm just like, no, dude, no. Anyway, Kyle is funny like that. But anyway, yeah, we got so this is the bonus topic that got voted for. It is winning by a huge amount. 113 votes, 47 of you voting for ICE sex trafficking allegations story. Second place is actually not Vosh now, but Anna Kasparian caught lying. That's a Vanguard story. That's in second place. The Apisco versus Epstein now in third place. All right. So again, as far as like, look, we're gonna get this story. We're gonna do the sex trafficking allegations. As far as the other ones, we're still like 79 points off from getting the Anna Kasparian story, and much more than that from the Vosh grooming allegations or the Pisco continued coverage of Pisco versus Abstiny. But look, I'll keep hope alive while we do that. Also, I reopened the butterfly goal for today, just because I forgot to remind you that was a thing and it timed out already. So I put it down to, we got 5 super chats earlier. I'm giving you the chance to hit the butterfly goal with only 4 more super chats. We'll see if any of that happens. Again, the thing that makes the number go up, that gets us more bonus content, is super chat, super stickers. If you get yourself a membership, if you gift memberships, if you support me on Throne, which right now I'm crowdfunding the Vietnam trip, which is coming up in about 3 weeks, actually just about 3 weeks now. I'll be going to Vietnam, hope to do some content while I am there, and also get my education visa from the Thai embassy there in Vietnam. And or if you support me on Patreon, or if you support me on Twitch, any of those things, they make the number go up. They give you the ability to put your money where your mouth is and kind of turn the poll towards your favorite topic if you want to. And yeah, we're about 79 off of getting double content. Don't know if that's going to happen today, and it doesn't look. It looks like we're ways away from what is the other thing, the continuing the Destiny Pisco debate. So I don't know. We'll find some way to get back to that at some point. Let's go ahead and watch this Kyle content. If we do somehow hit the 200 by the time this is over, I'll go ahead and do the Anna Kasparian content as well. That's a Vanguard story that I believe they've been keeping their eye on Anna, and I think it's to do with Tucker. She made some. She went on some kind of rant after going on Tucker. Right, we watched a good bit of Anna on Tucker, which was pretty cringe. But then Anna came on to the Young Turks and had something to say. I don't know, to defend herself or to play victim. And I guess the Vanguard caught her in a lie. So yeah, again, we're 79 points off of that. I don't know if that'll happen today. MAGA misgenders her enough for all of us. True. Yeah, she's already getting her face eaten by the leopards without us, becoming leopards ourselves. But yeah, let's see what Kyle's got in terms of these ICE allegations. This is something I have not pre-watched, so this is gonna be new to. You'll be getting a fresh react, chat. I do a lot of pre-watching just to make sure that I'm giving you good content, but or that I know what content I'm giving you. But I have not had a chance to pre-watch this one, so something about how he presents his information feels very. Oh yeah, well I mean he's definitely got the dude bro appeal. I don't know. He feels like he feels like, oh God, I don't want to compare him to Xander Hall, but the thing that the look that Xander Hall was trying to cultivate. I think that it's when Xander Hall like bleached his hair and stuff like that. I think he was going for the. I think he was going for this somehow. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what Kyle's got for us today.
On the fucked up updates that we get. One of those things is Gaza, and the other one is what the ICE Gestapo thugs have been up to. Take a look at this, guys. So let's start with this one here. The tweet from Ben Crump, who's a civil rights attorney. He says the following. This is horrifying. A U.S. citizen violently taken down by federal agents in a grocery store parking lot, despite telling them he had an ID, a social security card, and a birth certificate. His family says Angel Pena was hospitalized and suffered a concussion. So here we go. We got a ABC video on this. Take a look at what happened.
Tense moments in Ontario today when customers challenged masked federal immigration agents who showed up at a grocery store. Many bystanders left visible.
I'm sorry, Ontario? Is there a U.S. state that has an Ontario? It's not like, wait, I'm trying to think, chat. Washington has a Vancouver, right? Which is in the South. Who has an Ontario? ABC7, huh? I don't recognize the station. It's in Southern California? Huh. Ontario, Oregon. Yeah, I guess. More to the east in the inland area. Is there an Ontario, New York? People are saying California, but apparently there's also one in Oregon.
Shaken. Tonight we have an exclusive interview with one man, a U.S. citizen, who was detained in the.
I mean, California makes sense considering where they've been concentrated on, but they, I guess it could be Oregon either as well.
Eyewitness News reporter Jory Rand joining us now with the details of this encounter. Jory.
Mark, this is yet another case of an American citizen being taken into custody by masked federal agents without a warrant being presented. The Trump administration says they are not targeting people based on their appearance, but as more Americans continue to be swept up in these raids, they're finding that claim hard to believe. Today in Ontario, another ICE raid and another U.S. citizen taken into custody.
I'm right here, Angel. I'm right here.
Angel Pena says he was minding his own business when masked federal agents showed up at his Stater Brothers. Customers began to shout at them, telling them to leave, but someone...
What do you think, Chad? Is this Oregon or California? Or I guess New York?
Store. Nearby doorbell video shows Pena running away, approaching a passing SUV looking for help, but the agents wound up violently taking him into custody.
Oh, no.
Wait, Joey, wait.
They were shoving my head against the ground, elbowed me.
The weird thing about the ICE detainments and stuff is that the advice that they give you, as far as like, you don't have to open your door, I think, to ICE, right? Which is, but they'll try to trick you and make you think that you do, to make you think that like something really bad is going to happen if you don't open your door up. But yeah, if people know their rights, sometimes they can, sometimes they can get away, right? Because ICE does not have, they don't have, what is it, a judicial warrant. A lot of times they'll have an administrative warrant, which doesn't really mean shit, but it's only a lot of times when they make, when they're able to detain people, it's only from people not knowing their rights.
And they use forcefully a baton to really pierce my side.
Pena says he tried explaining to the agents that he was an American, but they ignored him.
I know. Just stop for a second.
I told them I was born. Well, I had an ID, I had a social, I had a birth certificate.
Yeah, they're depending on self-deportations. Yeah, a lot of Trump's tactics are just terror, right? Terrify people, of what might happen if they come into the United States, and it's working on tourists too. Unfortunately for the U.S. tourism industry, and yeah, encouraging self-deportations by hoping that people will see the brutality that they're enacting on people when they do detain them.
And none of the officers, the ICE agents that were on scene, they didn't care about none of that.
Only when a supervisor showed up was he released. Earlier this month, a federal judge here in Los Angeles ordered the Trump administration to stop ICE agents from targeting people based on their skin color, accent, or job. The administration said they were appealing the decision, and just last week, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said it simply doesn't happen.
That is absolutely false.
Those ICE people, they better hope that, this is all predicated on a truly antithetical administration never getting into power. Because, this is some shit that there's going to need to be Truth and Reconciliation Commission for this shit. Like when fucking this whole MAGA shit just gets washed out of the fucking White House, if there's going to be a country, there's going to have to be consequences for these fascist collaborators, right? And instead of the pictures of the arrested, it is going to be pictures of the of the people that collaborated with the with this criminal administration instead, right? It's
Don't you dare ever say that again. We have judges out there and other individuals saying people have been targeted that way, and it's not true.
This all comes as 700 U.S. Marines deployed to Los Angeles are now being ordered by the Pentagon back out of the city.
They will be leaving Los Angeles. They were never needed in the first place. It was a misuse of our troops.
That's just so crazy, bro. That's just so crazy. And this is, now there's been reports, you guys know, in Trump's first term, they arrested a bunch of American citizens. In the second term, it's got to be hundreds or thousands of Americans. And the scariest part to me is that even when dude is like, bro, I got my driver's license, I got my birth certificate, I know my social security number, I could tell you the hospital I was born at, I'm good, dog. Even when you say that, they don't fucking listen. They still detain you. They still arrest you. Some of these people have been American citizens. They've been locked up for 3 days, locked up for a week. This is what happens when you have the erosion of rule of law and no checks and balances, no due process, no constitutional procedure, no trial, just a bunch of masked thugs, which, by the way, again...
Hope that day will come, but I'm not holding my breath. Well, listen, I'm hoping that day will come because I'm not coming back to the United States until another, government comes in there and takes care of business, right?
Ask yourself, why are you wearing masks? Why are you covering your face? If the ICE agents are proud of what they're doing and they think they're on the right side, why are you covering your face? They're covering it because they know what they're doing is illegal. They know it. They know it. And they know there might be consequences down the road when an administration gets in there that actually gives a shit about the law. And so that's why they're doing what they're doing. But we're not even done yet. So this was a case of an American citizen being beat up and detained. By the way, I hope that guy sues. I hope that guy wins a tremendous amount of money. Nobody should have to go through that. Now here's an example of a legal immigrant whose life they are ruining. Watch.
Our cameras were rolling on July 2nd when 2 women were walked out of immigration court in San Francisco in handcuffs, one of them an employee of Pivot Interiors in Santa Clara. Christy Nadeau with Pivot Interiors tells us she even double-checked the woman's legal status with a federal database called E-Verify. Everything turned out clean, with a work permit valid through 2029 and no criminal history.
So these are not illegal immigrants. These are hardworking people. These are good people. They're not criminals.
Wait, what is this? One of the Stop the Steal attorneys started yelling at news cameras that Jeffrey Epstein was providing Justice John Roberts and his wife with their adopted children?
And we have to do something about this. We have to make people aware that this is happening.
And the numbers show this is not an isolated case. Our investigative unit discovered that in June of this year, the number of California immigrants detained by ICE with no criminal convictions or pending charges reflected a 2,000% spike compared to last year. 80 arrests last June to 1,606 this year.
They've expanded the definition of what constitutes an arriving alien to include anyone that's been in the country for less than 2 years.
As ICE has increasingly started detaining people at routine immigration hearings, a growing number of immigrants say they're considering not showing up. But immigration attorney Andrew Newcomb says immigrants should not ignore their court hearings. Instead, he suggests that at least 10 days before that hearing, they ask the judge for a continuance or ask to appear via video call. Newcomb has a how-to demonstration on his website.
You can get templates for a video appearance or a continuance, and there's a PowerPoint explaining exactly how to fill it out and where to mail it.
Pivot Interiors says in talking with the employee after ICE detained her, she told them she had been coerced by ICE to sign self-deportation papers. And as of tonight, they don't know where she is.
See, this is what I mean, is like they're getting so much mileage off of lying to people into doing things that they don't have to do, but you don't know that. And they make you feel like this is not an option.
What you know is they have a lot of questions about why a hardworking woman from Colombia who followed the law was still detained simply for showing up to court.
These are criminals, and they need to be held accountable, and society, and I'm not talking about the immigrants, chat. I'm talking about those masked motherfuckers, okay? Society needs to be protected from them. And people need to know that if you ever participate in anything like this, you might get away with it for a while. But justice may be slow, but it is coming, okay?
Court. We reached out to ICE specifically about this case, but have not had any response.
I mean, these people are destroying America. The ICE Gestapo...
They're traitors. They're fucking traitors.
Thugs are destroying America. They're laying the precedent that you don't want...
This is an invasion, chat. This is... Trump talks about an invasion. This is the invasion. This is the fucking Gestapo invading the United States of America.
You shouldn't want to be here at all. If you're a legal immigrant, if you're on a work visa, like, you shouldn't want to be here at all, because at any given moment, we can destroy your life. Even if you have a green card, even if you're set, even if everything's taken care of, we could just decide willy-nilly, let's throw you in a fucking concentration camp, or let's kick you out. I mean, we've heard horror stories of people who've been here their whole lives who were deported. Deported where? To countries they don't know dick about. This is what we're talking about here. But it gets worse. It gets worse. You guys ready for this? From Tucson.com. This just came out. Border agent charged with child sex trafficking and fraud. Holy
Are you surprised? You empower criminals? You make them law enforcement officials? What do you expect to happen? What do you expect to happen?
shit. A Tucson sector Border Patrol agent has been indicted on 24 felony.
But hey, let's not pretend that Trump or MAGA give a fuck about actual victims of child sex trafficking. They only want to use it as a tool against fucking Hillary Clinton and Podesta and shit. Like, right?
Including 10 counts of child sex trafficking, the latest in a series of sexual misconduct convictions or charges against U.S. Customs and Border Protection employees in Arizona. Wilcox border agent Bart Conrad Yeager, 39, was also charged with 6 counts of pandering or encouraging someone to engage in prostitution, 1 count of attempted child sex trafficking, and 2 counts of fraud between July 2023 and March 2024. Indictments from the Conchise County Attorney's Office.
Cochise?
Show on Thursday, county prosecutors also charged Yeager with 5 drug-related felonies, possession or use of the anabolic steroid trenbolone and testosterone, sale or transportation of trenbolone.
What is the deal with tren? I hear people talk like, I mean, I don't know much about steroids, chat. I know that trenbolone is a, but there's weird shit like what is the whole thing about people being tren gay, or that like I think what I've heard is something that like guys that are on the tren will say that they had like, you know, same-sex attraction that they hadn't experienced off of it or something like that. Like I hear people say weird shit about tren. I don't really understand. I don't really know what it is.
And testosterone and possession of drug paraphernalia. A CBP spokesperson said the agency's Office of Professional Responsibility arrested Yeager.
It makes you cough?
In Wilcox on June 17th and executed a search warrant based on allegations of child sex trafficking, fraudulent schemes, and pandering. So now it's not just ICE, it's also Customs and Border Protection. These various Gestapo thug groups that Trump is running. Now we have a child sex trafficking ring at the border. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. And then I want to give you guys one more to really put in perspective just how deplorable all this is. I mean, this says everything. And what I've already showed you is enough. But then we also get this. So there's this big baseball tournament, and
controlling real criminals, causing anarchy laws are not in the political sense, but the, you know, colloquial sense of anarchy. Laws are argued to be enforced only selectively depending on what is perceived to be beneficial for the ruling elite. I mean, it sounds a lot like the way that the United States, that you know, Mexico and the United States have handled cartels, right? Very much, you know, selective enforcement, collaboration, right? It's or even what's going on in U.S. prisons, where they essentially defer some of the actual management of the prison population to gangs within the prisons.
You have the Venezuelan baseball team, you know, made it to the tournament. And guess what? The Little League team from Venezuela was denied travel visas to the U.S. for the World Series. So there was this World Series, I think it was supposed to take place in South Carolina, I believe. And they had earned their spot, and they were going to come to the country, and the government said, we're not going to give you the visas. So it's just something that wouldn't have even been a concern or a consideration previously. Like, this wouldn't have been a big deal at all that they get to play in this tournament. Now they got it ruined. And so this Little League team, they had to go to Colombia to get their approval to go to the U.S. And so they have to travel from Venezuela to Colombia.
There's no way it's just one agent. Stuff happens in groups. Yeah, they need to investigate that harder. Right, yeah.
And then it would be Colombia to the U.S., but
it does sound like too big of a of a thing to pull off without conspirators.
So from Venezuela to Colombia, and then they're not allowed in the U.S. So this is disgusting. This is disturbing what's happening to this country. This regime is anti-freedom. They're anti-freedom. And they're certainly anti-immigrant in a way that is just absolutely mind-boggling to me. And what's really eye-opening in this moment is you really come to realize, hold on a second, every immigrant I know, these are like the best people I know. These are hardworking people. These are family people. These are loyal people. They don't cause trouble with anybody. They commit crime at a much lower rate compared to, American-born people. And
like more than half of them are sending money back to people back home, right? You
realize this is just a total fucking witch hunt, and at the end of the day, it's an attempt to basically make our country a white nation, right? This is an attempt to ethnically cleanse our country and kick out as many people of color as they possibly can. That's what we're witnessing. And every day, that gets validated more and more as the horror show that it is. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and...
Anyway, chat, this is scary times in the United States of America. The only solution to this is solidarity and recognizing that you don't owe any loyalty to a criminal system, right? Whether it calls itself the government or not, you don't owe any loyalty to that. Your loyalty is for each other. A good book to read is Drug Cartels Do Not Exist. I'll check that one out, Shakespeare. That's frustrating. All right, chat. So we're sort of at the it looks like we're at the end of our time now. Oh my god, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm supposed to do something before I even mention what time it is. Right into Frogan. Wait, what? Shared chat started? Oh, that's with somebody else. Okay. I thought I accidentally did something. But it looks like Frogan is playing Halo Master Chief Collection. If you want to go over there and hang out with Frogan tonight. I'm rating you in on Twitch. Let me also go ahead and shout out my Patreons, all right? You support me on Patreon, you get a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream at the $5 level and above. Let me go ahead and do that. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis, shouts out to Temporal Insanity, shouts out to Steven Sayers, shouts out to Funky Monkey, shouts out to Sarah, shouts out to Nadia Yvette, shouts out to Moe Noip, shouts out to Jules K, shouts out to Izzy Mandius, shouts out to Infallible Fowl, shouts out to Hot Ham Radio, shouts out to Good for Gabby, shouts out to Emily French, shouts out to Direful, shouts out to Buffy Geek, shouts out to Big Al, shouts out to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, we're rating into Frogan. Fly my pretties. And I will see you again tomorrow. I'll see if we can finish the. I'm kind of curious about the rest of that debate. I don't know if other people want to see that, but thanks for being here. Thank you, mods, for keeping us safe. Thank you, Thumb Gang, for helping me get out. That, and you can still join Thumb Gang. There's still time. Even if you haven't liked the stream, you can like it now if you want. It'll help more people see it as a VOD. And thank you to everybody that's participating on Blue Sky with my thread over there. Much love, everybody. I will see you again tomorrow. I'm gonna try, since I'm ending a little early, I'll try to get maybe some editing done, and I'll be in Weasel Cord for that. If anybody's interested in seeing how I edit in DaVinci Resolve. Anyway, much love, everyone. Take care of yourselves and take care of each other. Moe Kyun, and bye-bye.